Good morning, everyone at State of Search. Thank you so much for joining me here today. I have the honor and privilege to follow the one and only Greg Gifford, and I hope I can live up to following in his footsteps with my presentation about PPC. Now, what I want to do today is I want to chat about how we as advertisers can be smarter than smart. I know that Google's taken the word smart, applied it to a lot of things that they're doing on their side. And the term smart has a little bit of a negative connotation to that. And what I hope to do today is I want to share 5 tricks to writing some better ads than what Google is going to write in their smart ads. And so I have the privilege, the honor to do that. I'm really excited to chat about it. This is now, I believe, my 5th state of search. And if you haven't had the pleasure of seeing me, if you've avoided my presentations up till now, well, then I'm thrilled that you're here today. My name is Mark Irvin, and I'm the director of PPC at Search Lab. I've now been doing PPC for just over a decade. Prior to joining Search Lab, I worked at a very large PPC software company, and where I sat as a data scientist. And one of the cool things about being a data scientist when you have that much data available to you is I wasn't just looking at individual ad accounts and seeing what was working for an individual account or an individual advertiser, but I had access to over 30,000 individual Google, Bing, and Facebook ad accounts. And when you have that much data, you get to not just see what's going on the individual level, but you get to see the kinds of things, how people react to changes from Google, how people have adjusted to writing new ads over time, and really where they've struggled. And that's really what I want to focus on today. Now, of course, I can't have a presentation without reminding everyone that I was voted the most influential PPC expert by both a small company called Microsoft and PPC Hero back in 2019. But what's really interesting, although I have all these accolades and although I have a decade of experience, it's a really interesting problem that we're having in 2021 and that we're going to continue to have in 2022. That what I was doing back in 2013 or 2012 when I first started doing paid search was a completely different type of advertising or a different type of ad than what I'm doing today. Of course, when I started, we had these little small 90 character ads and one headline, 2 descriptions. It was a beautiful, beautiful way to write some ads, right? A couple years ago, back in 2016, we upgraded to expanded text ads that were appreciably longer. They get that second headline in there, a little bit more description. And then in late 2019, Google introduced that even larger expanded text ad with that 3 headlines, those 2 descriptions. It's something that we've had a lot of experience with over the last couple of years. And what's really been fascinating is watching how Google's progressed in these transitions, right? So when Google first effectively doubled the size of ads back in 2016, doubling the size of ads had a fairly significant improvement in terms of people's ad performance. Although you doubled the size of the ad, people got a 20% increase in their click-through rate on average. That was very interesting, of course, that doubling the ad here increased the click-through rate by only about 20%. What was really interesting again is when we saw this happen in 2019, we effectively again doubled the size of the ads. That click-through rate was still significant. It was still 12% increase in click-through rate, but although bigger has proven to be better in time, we're seeing a little bit of diminishing returns in terms of what people get out of a larger ad. And so what's of course fascinating is that as Google has gone to market with responsive search ads, they've done this in a very brazen kind of approach that although you and I have relied on the ads that we've manually written for a number of years at this point in time, responsive search ads where advertisers can provide up to 15 headlines and up to 4 descriptions for Google to assemble those ads with 3 headlines and 2 descriptions are actually now set to become the standard ad format for search campaigns come mid 2022. And so after June 2022, you'll no longer be able to create those expanded text ads based off of just the ad copy that you write in those 3 headlines and 2 descriptions like you've been doing for the past 20 some odd years. And a lot of people have a lot of caution, are really reserved to doing this. That they see this as an end of an era for Google, and it really is. And it's kind of more representative of a larger pattern with how Google is approaching writing ads today. Of course, on the search side, we're seeing that responsive search ads are becoming this asset-based kind of campaign, this asset-based kind of ad where you're just providing some assets into Google and letting Google assemble the ad for you. But that's not foreign to advertisers who have been advertising in other platforms or in other mediums on Google or on Bing for some time. Back in 2016, Google introduced responsive display ads for display campaigns. And last year, Google introduced responsive video ads on YouTube as well and across video campaigns there. But for a lot of people whom are looking at some of the other Google properties, that asset-based ad is the only kind of ad that you can run. For those of us who want to show up on the discovery feed, the only option for us is to use that discovery ad format, which is that similar kind of provide Google assets and let it assemble an ad for you. Those of us who are local advertisers who might want to show up for map pack ads, well, quite frankly, the only way to buy that ad is now in a local ad campaign. And even advertisers who had previously run Gmail ads, unfortunately, can no longer run ads specifically just targeting Gmail. They have to do it with that discovery ad format. So this is becoming more of a pattern across Google's entire advertising ecosystem that advertisers really have to reconcile with and think of how do they use these asset-based ads to run their campaigns moving forward. And what's really interesting when you listen to advertisers have this conversation, that although expanded text ads and responsive search ads hypothetically look the same to a searcher and have that end result of 300 characters, unlike all the other major ad updates we've had over the past decade plus, from standard text ads to expanded text ads to the larger expanded text ads, here advertisers who are making this transition are actually noticing something pretty significant, that in a lot of cases, these responsive search ads actually have a lower click-through rate than what they're used to with their expanded text ads. And of course, as we all approach 2022, the deadline to create these expanded text ads and the almost forced migration over to responsive search ads is quickly approaching, and having this negative 9% click-through rate is not, or 9% click-through rate drop isn't something that any of us are all too excited about. So how do we go about answering this problem? How do we go about making the most out of this upcoming change? My first advice for advertisers is to really focus on the elements of your ad that matter the most. And this is something that isn't even unique to just responsive search ads, but even as we looked at expanded search ads in their most recent updates, this is something that's still very relevant. And so, although using either expanded text ads or responsive search ads, whether you write it manually yourself or trust Google to assemble it for you, it's really worth noting that although you might write 3 headlines and 2 descriptions, Google isn't guaranteed to show either your third headline or your second description. So this ad that you go in and you write that might look like this when you write it, you might upload it to Google and it might look like this, regardless of whether that's the expanded text ad or the responsive search ad. There's still some good chance that it's going to show without that third headline or without that second description. And so with that, it's really important to think about what you include in that ever coveted third headline, second description spot. Knowing the fact that that third headline might not show for your ads, we see it be a really poor place to test vital or critical information within your ad. So if you're looking to take advantage of the third headline, you want to make sure that that is just strictly supplementary to what you're hoping to get out of the rest of your ad. So you don't want to have your third headline include something like your main call to action or a sale or an influential offer that someone's really going to hope to see. any legal disclaimers or vital branding that you really want to show in your ads here, the third headline is not the place for it. You want to make sure that that's included in either your first or second headline. Instead, as you look towards what could go in that third headline, second description, you want to make sure everything is complementary to those other assets within your ad. So you want to make sure these are complementary value props, nice to have been seen things, things like extra keyword variety, what differentiates you from your competitors, and really any kind of additional messaging that might provide a little bit more flavor to your ad, but it could the remaining the first two headlines and a first description could stand alone if they had to. And as you go about testing within your own ads, even as you're writing ETAs today, you want to make sure that you're not following that test that you just test that third headline or that second description. Because although it's really tempting that you'd want to test this out with those newer fields, is you don't want to have the same ad with a slightly different third description or a slightly different second description here, because ultimately the result that you're going to get from that test is fairly often those ads are going to serve to the user looking exactly the same with just those first two headlines and that first description. And we've seen that with some data too. We've seen that when advertisers do run those kinds of tests where they just have the same headline one, headline two, and first description, and are just making changes to things like the third headline or the second description, there's some really mediocre results in that mix here. One of the lowest click-through rate improvements you can have is by spending a lot of time focusing on just testing those elements. Now, as you do write for those elements within your ad, you want to really think about who's going to see them. Because we know that Google is going to choose whether or not to show a user that extra text in large part depending on the size of the browser and their screen size. And so we see that these third headlines, these second descriptions, most often show up on desktop devices, but fairly frequently show up on mobile searches. It's a coin flip whether or not they show up on tablet, but it's really basically 1 out of 3 times that they're going to show up on mobile. And that's pretty significant as you think about Google and most of Google's searches being a mobile first search engine. So you hit this challenge, of course, that a lot of users, particularly on their mobile device, aren't going to see that. So as you write ads, you really want to focus on the desktop audience for just that third headline, that second description, because they're who's going to see it the most. The challenge that we as humans have when we go about writing ads, though, is that we're very often in this place where we're very happy with the ads that we're comfortable writing. And as we go about taking an ad that we've previously written and try and add in some new language to the ads that we have, very often we naturally repeat ourselves. We've already written a lot of our best ads, a lot of our best headlines in that first headline, that second headline, or that first description. And we have this natural tendency to write fairly repetitive language when we're challenged with writing in a new headline or a new description when we think about writing ads. And that repetitive language is actually penalized on Google, that Google may limit how often it chooses to show that third headline or second description if it's just repeating the same language. In the very least, if it's a repetitive ad, it doesn't look like a natural human's written that ad to a user, and we generally see poor performance from it all the same. And so hypothetically, if you were to really make sure that you're not just copying your own ad copy here, and that you're really writing truly unique third headline, second descriptions, all of that within your ad assets, we still hit the problem that could still be repetitive to things like your site links or your call out extensions or your promotion extensions or your ad extensions across the board here. And so we hit a large problem that even if we're very good at writing our ad assets to be differently, it's very likely a natural human tendency as we go about writing our ads. A lot of advertisers will fall back to the same language that they've previously used in their call out extensions, in their ad extensions, in other ads within their ad group here. And with that, Google will limit the use of those particular ad assets as well. So, with that, we have to think about how we could potentially partner with responsive search ads, knowing that that update is coming along here. And it's a reasonably poor thing to get people excited about, given the fact that many of us who have started testing have already seen some mediocre or poor results with responsive search ads. And so, with that, I want to think a little bit more about how we have a tendency to write ads as humans and how we can use responsive search ads to help us write some better ads. Because we, as humans, as search marketers, for a long time, we've fallen into this conditioning trap where many advertisers write that PPC ad with the keyword in mind. And so, if I'm serving an ad for a Nissan Rogue, then I've been taught this for years and years and years that I need to make sure that I have the keyword in the ad and I write the ad with the keyword in mind. And what's really frustrating about this is then when I have to write another ad for a Nissan Altima or a different keyword, a lot of us write an ad that reads very, very similarly to that first one. And quite frankly, it creates this really lame, boring, lazy ad copy across the board here that us as advertisers have fallen into a trap of writing some less than exciting ads. And one huge problem with us is as we go about serving ads to those keywords serve ads to everyone who's doing a search for that keyword. And one thing that's unique about this job is that when we serve ads to everyone, everyone is a little bit different in what they're searching for and who they are and what they value. Someone who's searching for a Ford dealership may very well be looking for a new car or a used car. They could have been on my competitor's site minutes ago. They could have been on my site, my own site, earlier. They could have been a past customer of mine. They could have poor credit. They could be a new parent. They could be buying a car for their kid, their husband, their wife, their girlfriend. Any number of possibilities could be in this user's head while they're searching for it. And yet we hit this huge challenge that we only have one ad when we write an ETA that we could potentially serve them. And when we do that, we hit this challenge that in 300 characters, it's really difficult to write one ad that speaks to all of these searchers and what they're searching for. And so with that, we know that there's no single ad can do the job here, that no single ad can be perfect. Where we're really great at is we're great at either writing ads that we would respond to as humans, or we're good as marketers of writing, thinking about that mass market, what people will respond to. When we do a lot of A/B testing, we often just look at very high level numbers of, hey, everyone who saw this ad, of everyone who saw this ad, most people preferred option A over option B. But even within that, some people preferred option B. We need to think a little bit more of like, how can we write ads to all those users who did prefer option B, and think of other other ad messages that might speak to them. So think of how all the different personas who are going to ultimately come to your store and make this purchase be searching for you and exactly what they're searching for you. We're really great about thinking about that mass market user. And we know that most users are going to be sensitive to price and really respond to price messaging. But a lot of other people who are searching for a car are going to care about inventory these days, or people in different economic conditions, someone who is economically stressed or has poor credit. Financing options are going to mean a whole lot to them. Whereas someone who's more affluent might care more about how they sell their car, or other kinds of loyalty benefits you might have. Someone who's just been on your competitor's site and is doing a search comparing offers around their area are looking to see exactly what differentiates you from the other people that could potentially sell them this car or sell them your product or service here as well. So do a little time and think of all these different people who could be searching for your product or your service, and think of more than just that mass market, what everyone is going to respond to, but think about how new parents are going to look at it. Think about someone from a different financial background, from a different ethnic background. Think of how different users might be looking for this kind of product or service. We see that just by including additional messaging, by giving Google more ad options to this, we even with ETAs, we increase the likelihood of Google being able to serve a more relevant ad to a user, and we increase that ad group's click-through rate by an average of 21%. And that's really important because a lot of us have that tendency to focus on the keyword. We're really great at writing ads with the keyword in mind, but unfortunately, that keyword is the least important factor in quality score, and often the least important factor in terms of whether or not someone clicks on that ad. If you are focused instead on how you engage that user, that person beyond the screen, that's going to have a 4 times larger increase in both quality score, but also in terms of performance. And so we as users hit this challenge that standard text ad that we were used to, that I grew up writing, with a headline, a description, a small set of extensions, a few customization options. We previously were able to do a lot of ad testing manually, and if we were able to provide a new headline or a new description that was radically different, that could be a big difference in terms of how we evaluated those campaigns' performance. But everything I've chatted up to now about how that third headline, it needs to be independent, that second description needs to be independent, it may show, it may not show. We've now got over a dozen ad extensions, all of it with different language towards this, all of that needing to be semantically unique. It's pretty difficult to honestly keep track of all of that and test that in a meaningful way at scale. And when we begin to think of the other ways that people are searching today, that they may not have been searching for a decade ago, around how people search on different devices, how location factors a user search, how someone searching at night versus the middle of the day, the week versus the weekend impacts how they're going to interact with a search ad, or all those different audiences and demographics that are now available within Google Ads. Now that there's that level of customization, we're forced to optimize against, quite frankly, a million signals at this point. And writing that perfect ad manually now is, well, it's damn near impossible. And so with that, as we look at responsive search ads as a potential solution to this, we do see that responsive search ads on average have a lower click-through rate than their ETA counterparts in the same ad group. That 9% number that I referenced earlier is true. Responsive search ads have a poorer click-through rate than your standard ETAs. But what's really interesting when you look at the numbers a little bit more in depth, those ad groups that have both an ETA and an RSA in them actually perform better as an overall ad group and have a 14% higher click-through rate and a higher impression share than those without an RSA. So we see that RSAs can be a meaningful way to add new messages to a more fringe audience within our ad groups that we might not originally appreciate when we just test the ETA alone or the RSA alone. And so RSAs answer that question of how do we test multiple variants of our ad at once? Just by having that 15 headlines and those 4 descriptions, all those different permutations of those headlines and those descriptions allow Google to test up to 47,040 different variations of your messaging, which is a significant amount of ad testing that most of us as advertisers, I'm not likely ever going to create 47 individual ads with an ad group and test it out and have any kind of meaningful way to monitor that. So what we see is that when we test this, we can use our ETAs to still reach that mass market audience, do what we do best, and write our ads for users like us and for that mass market audience, we can be smart about what we know most people are going to respond to. And we can instead rely on Google's RSAs to begin to craft messages or begin to serve some messages to those personas that I wouldn't necessarily prioritize if I only had 300 characters of text to work with. I might not write an ad to someone who cares about whether or not everything was imported or built locally in one ad, or I might not call out family-owned values or a lot of fringe things that mean a lot to some users, but not necessarily everyone here. RSAs are a great place to test that kind of messaging and get that messaging out to your audience. So as we chat about writing with both RSAs and ETAs, we do want to make sure that we're doing our best to make sure that Google is always improving its messages and that we're serving a relevant ad to everyone. And so we see that RSAs can test a lot of different variants, but they'll learn slowly when they test a lot of different variants. RSAs alone are pushed into this difficult situation that when you've just got an RSA in the account, Google's trying to optimize against its own signals that it's seeing from ad testing in that RSA. If we've just got one RSA, when it begins to do this testing, it'll see ad variant A and ad variant B here. It's going to conclude that ad variant B is better. And so what it's going to do is it's going to continue to serve ad variant B a whole lot. It's going to assume that ad variant B is a good performing ad variant. What we can do to teach Google that maybe we're not aiming for a 1.2% click-through rate is we can continually serve ETAs and serve them alongside RSAs. And by serving alongside these RSAs, now when Google sees how the ads that a human creates stack up next to the responsive search variant ads, it'll not come to the conclusion that this ad with a 1.25% click-through rate is a good ad. It'll come to the conclusion that both of these ads are pretty poorly performing. And so it will not show ad variant A or B all that much more frequently, but will instead continue to test new variants that might be more relevant to the user's search. What's really great is us as users who are still going in and testing new ETAs. As Google continues to improve those RSAs in time, if we're still doing our good job and we're still testing ETAs on our own here, we can continue to raise the bar on that. So if instead of having a 3% click-through rate in my ETAs, I have ETAs that have a 6% click-through rate, then Google now knows that it has to beat that ad that I've written out there too. So as I think about how to be smarter than Google, I know that everyone is very proud, and we see in the numbers that people can write ETAs that are better than RSAs. As you go about continuing to write more ETAs, you don't want to stop ad testing ETAs and just trust Google to do its best with RSAs. Instead, what we can do is we can teach the machine to learn. And so as we feed Google good data on what a good ad and what we think our users will respond to the most with ETAs, that sets the bar higher for RSAs. And it's important information that Google can use to optimize its own machine so that it serves better RSA ad copy as well. Now, as we chat about using all of Google's RSA features, we can actually teach Google to learn even faster by limiting how much automation we grant Google here. So as we begin to chat about using less is more automation, we can specifically control that by writing different types of headlines and descriptions in our RSAs. So when we include 15 headlines and 4 descriptions, Google will automatically test 47,040 different variations of our messaging. And although that is a huge value prop to Google to say that it can test that many ads, that's still worth calling out that 47,000 ad variants is a lot of testing, and that Google is going to take a long time to do any meaningful ad testing, even just to get an impression on that many ads is going to take most small, medium businesses and hell, most enterprise businesses a considerable amount of time before anything can kick in and anything can get meaningful traction off of that amount of ad testing. And the reality of knowing that you're testing 47,000 different ads, factually, we know that half of them are going to be below average, and many of those variants might be just strictly bad. So how can we control that level of testing that we allow Google to play with our RSAs? Well, luckily, you don't need to provide 15 headlines and 4 descriptions. In fact, small changes, even just not including 15 headlines, but 14 headlines, actually can significantly reduce that pool of testing options for Google to test across the board here. So even if you were to only provide 14, you wouldn't decrease the amount of ads that Google can test here by about 20% and speed up learning that much faster. By using 10 ads, you're only going to test about 23% of that. So just under 13,000 ad variants. As you go down into the 7, 8 headline realm, and you're really testing a smaller number, you actually have closer to 5, 6% of the testing potential here. And that quickly allows Google to focus on a smaller pool of ad variants and learn a lot faster. So I, in fact, encourage people who might be a little skeptical to doing this amount of ad testing or trusting RSAs all that much to, in fact, provide fewer ad assets. In fact, if you're seeing some language perform really well in your ETAs, or you as a human being know that people will always respond to a particular message, be it your brand name or some branded language or what you use in your TV ads or a sale offer or something that's going to be really impactful for most users, you might want to pin that headline to your ad, which would allow you to significantly reduce the number of testing available to Google. You can either pin it so it will always show up somewhere in your headline or descriptions, or you can even pin it to a specific headline 1, 2, or 3 position. And that's going to significantly reduce the amount of testing that Google can do. Now, a lot of us, even after all of this, might not be in love with the idea of using RSAs as our sole ad come 2020 or 2022, excuse me. And there's some tricks around using it in the way that Google intends you to use it. You can still write an RSA today that only has 3 headlines and only has 2 descriptions, and allow Google to just simply change the order in which those headlines and descriptions show. And that's going to significantly reduce the number of variants down to 36. I can go one further, and if you truly hate everything about RSAs, well, there is absolutely nothing stopping you from just having 3 headlines and 2 descriptions and pinning each of those into a position as well. And just by pinning them into a specific position, now you've just got 4 options for how Google could potentially show your ad, just like your ETAs work today, where it could show with 3 headlines, 2 descriptions, or without either that 3rd headline or 2nd description, and giving you a total of 4 different variations there. Now, as you do get more comfortable in terms of testing these asset-based RSAs, there's a huge opportunity for advertisers who want to get a little outside of the Google SERP by testing more of that asset-driven ad format today. And so I did call this out earlier, but those of us who want to reach people whom are on the discovery feed, or on the map pack, or on Gmail, actually your only options are to use either discovery ads or local ads today. And although they're fully automated campaign types, there's a lot of potential in using these. So discovery ads today, there are only way for us to show up on that discovery feed for a user on a Chrome device there or in Gmail, but they also allow you to show up across the YouTube home feed there, really get in front of users off of the SERP in the moments potentially before they even begin to type in a search query here. We see that discovery campaigns, it's a fully automated campaign. We really only have two bidding strategies for how we go about optimizing our campaigns here. We have target CPA and maximize conversions. What I'd encourage users who are new is to start off by using maximize conversions. It's really ideal if what you're doing is you're creating a test here. You're looking to try out discovery campaigns with a small budget. It's particularly important if your daily campaign budget is less than your goal CPA. Then you really want to use maximize conversions. Target CPA is probably more for you once you start getting success over with discovery ads and you're looking to scale. You have a lot more budget, so you can get multiple conversions in a particular day. That's when you want to use target CPA over there. Particularly if you're targeting the same audiences that you might be using in, let's say, your remarketing campaigns or your other display YouTube video campaigns across the board there. If this is potentially going to compete with them, then you want to make sure you're using target CPA. And local campaigns offer a whole lot of opportunity for advertisers who want to show up not just in the map pack, but on the local map pack here with an ad listing, but potentially in the Google Maps, you can show up with customized pin. You can show up within an ad unit within your own GMB profile. But these local campaigns also include some elements of YouTube advertising and display advertising as well that are fully automated too, which can be fantastic for someone who's looking to get in front of a wide local audience, but we see that it has some challenges. Google is also continuing to invest more and more into local campaigns so that now you can show ads within auto suggest, particularly within Google Maps, navigational ad formats here for someone who is using Google Maps to go from point A to point B. You can reach them along their route there, or for people who are even searching for competitor locations, similar places. If that place is closed either for the evening or during their off hours or permanently closed, it can suggest your location if you're open as an alternative as well. So Google is really making a lot of stakes in these local ad formats, but we know that local ad formats could potentially spend a lot of money on YouTube or display that we don't necessarily intend for it to spend either. These local campaigns have one bidding strategy, which is called maximize conversion value. And it's really important to know that as Google goes about maximizing that conversion value, it does prioritize some of the high value conversions that you expect it to in those map listing ads, in search, and your business profile first, before it necessarily spends a lot of money over on the YouTube and display side of things. So if you want to make sure that you're minimizing the amount that Google just simply puts across into the YouTube and display, you do want to come in here with a relatively small daily budget and just simply scale that out until you begin to see Google run out of inventory on the map side of things and it begins to spend a whole lot more money on display and YouTube. What I found is that most local businesses should only budget between $20 and $30 a day. So that comes to an average of, $500 to $600 a month to $1,000 a month to cover that Google Map ad formats. As you begin to scale that out beyond $1,000, that's when you get into more trouble with YouTube and display there. And not that YouTube and display is a bad placement, but all of us know that there's a lot of children's videos, a lot of mobile apps that you can't necessarily easily exclude on a smart campaign of this nature. So guys, I went through a lot really quickly in 40 minutes. I'm really thrilled that you sat around and listened to me chat about all of this. I want to quickly recap what I went through today. I want to make sure that you're using your new ad assets to provide some unique differentiating messages to people, and think about the different people that could be searching for it. Really, the worst thing you can do in either an ETA or an RSA is to include a lot of repeated or boring or lame language. Now, you want to make sure that when you're using RSAs, particularly for the next year, for the next half of the year, until you have the opportunity, until Google makes this change, you want to make sure that you're not just using RSAs alone. You want to continue to test them against ETAs and continue to test ETAs as long as you can. That's going to help teach Google to write better ads. Treat less is more with your responsive search ads. Considering starting with fewer headlines and descriptions when you begin to test RSAs, and that can really speed up the learning of these ads and ultimately put you in a better place for success. And finally, as you get comfortable using a fully automated ad solution, the big two that you want to test out next are discovery and local campaigns. That's going to get you in front of a lot of exclusive ad formats that aren't available to people whom are just using the static text ads of today. And guys, it's been a pleasure. I hope you have a great rest of the day and rest of State of Search. My name is Mark Irvin. You can reach me at the contact information below. Hit me up on Twitter or follow Search Lab at Search Lab Agency. And guys, have a great afternoon.
Okay, everybody. Hi, how you doing? So excited to be here today. So excited to be at the 2021 State of Search. Today, I'm going to be talking about how to win in a cookieless world. Perhaps one of the biggest challenges and changes to come to digital marketing and marketing in general in a very long time. But it's actually more than that. It's an entire movement. And today, I'm going to be covering not only cookies, but privacy laws and all these big changes that are happening in digital, which really impact every channel. It's not just paid media, it's also SEO as well. And I'm going to make that clear to you. Quick disclaimer, I am not an attorney. Right? I am not a lawyer. None of this is legal advice. What this is something that you can use to bring to your marketing department, that you can use to bring to your legal team and ask them to verify and find the best course for you. Please just keep that in mind. Okay. I want to make sure I get that out of the way right away. But let's go ahead and dive into it. So first, my name's John Lincoln. I am an MBA. I've been CEO of Ignite Visibility for close to a decade now. Co-founder, CEO. I've also been a teacher at UC San Diego. I've taught analytics there, as well as search engine optimization and even paid media at one point. And there's just a little bit more about me. But at the end of the day, I love digital marketing. Ignite Visibility is my full-time job. We're a 110-person digital marketing agency in San Diego, California, that works with some great clients. I love to make content. I'm also incredibly active, love to surf, skate, love my family, love to help others. I serve others through digital marketing. So what you're going to learn today is, really, what are third-party cookies? Why are browsers like Chrome removing them? What are some of the laws and updates on cookie tracking and removal? How companies are dealing with this transition? It's new, but how they're dealing with it, how it will impact the future of marketing, ways to address the cookieless web, and then also your cookieless checklist, right? So this is a great presentation for any marketer right now. And I'm not just saying that because I'm doing it. Actually, it's something I'm going to have to show to a lot of people, I think. So what do you want to know about cookie removal? Well, first, cookies are small files that web browsers like Chrome store to hold information and increase ad revenue, essentially, right? They store this information. It allows them to have certain types of tracking. Third-party cookies are set by a website other than the one that you're currently on. Okay, so I think that's important because this persistent cookie kind of follows you around. So anybody can kind of cookie you. Anybody can gather that information. They can sell that data. Like, it happens a lot. And there's all these. It's not just your own site, although you can put cookies on as well, right? It's all these other sites. It's the way the whole internet was built, right? And browsers like Firefox and other ones like Brave, they've taken a firm stance against tracking. DuckDuckGo, they say they don't do any tracking, right? And now we're moving towards this kind of revolt, if you will. People don't want to be tracked as much online. I think some of these big tech companies are realizing there's no way it's sustainable. And as a result, 41% of marketers expect their biggest challenge to be difficulty tracking the right data moving forward. So what's Google say about cookie removal? Well, they say people shouldn't have to accept being tracked across the web in order to get the benefit of relevant advertising. And advertisers don't need to track individual consumers across the web to get the performance benefits of digital marketing. Is that going to be true? We'll see. But Google's gone out and said this when they've relied on it for so long. So change is coming, right? And Facebook, what did Facebook say? Well, they said cookies help us provide, protect, and improve the Facebook products, such as personalizing content, tailoring and measuring ads, and providing a safer experience. The cookies that we use include session cookies, which are deleted when you close your browser, and persistent cookies, which stay in your browser until they expire or you delete them. Facebook's been kind of pushing back, right? And if you remember this Apple iOS update that came out, where basically Facebook was using this Apple app data to build audiences for people who hadn't necessarily opt into it, they were pushing back against that too, right? So interesting to see the different stances. So there's some laws that are coming out, and a lot of this is coming because of these laws, right? And it's not, these laws aren't just in the United States. They're in the European Union. These laws are in Canada. These laws are global. Germany has some very strict laws, right? There's laws all around the world that are popping up, and the wild, wild west days of the internet are going away, which I'm a little bit sad about, but happy for the future because it'll be better in some ways. But according to EU data protection laws, cookies are considered online identifiers. This makes them subject to regulation. The General Data Protection Regulation, GDPR, which has been out for a while, requires websites to inform users of what data your website collects. So you're really required to do that, right? Privacy and Electronic Communications Regulations, PECR, maintains also a standard of consent. In Canada, they've got the Consumer Privacy Protection Act, CCPA, which requires cookie consent. And then there's also in California, where I'm based, right? The California Consumer Privacy Act, CCPA, requires disclosure of what data the cookies collect and how they're used. That's for different types of businesses of different sizes. And then the Americans with Disability Act, ADA, has rules around cookie banners, which are difficult or impossible to get around for many users. In addition to that, there's other stuff with ADA compliance outside of cookies. So the way your website's formulated and stuff like that, right? So this is stuff, you need to give this to your legal team, and you need to make sure you work with them to be within all the regulations, okay? Again, I'm not an attorney. My dad's an attorney. I'm not an attorney. Give this to them and make sure that you're set up right. You know, there's some really great tools out there that allow you to do these things very, very simple. And it's something that you have to address, okay? General website stuff. All right, so updates on cookies, right? So Google first announced it would phase out cookies in January 2020, okay? The world's largest search engine, it says it's going to stop tracking cookies on Chrome. They're saying by 2022, all right? And they're going to try to move towards this privacy first web. They already kind of have this thing in mind. I'm going to talk about it in a minute, but in June, Google actually delayed blocking the cookies by an extra year because they realize it's a bigger deal than maybe whatever gunslinger came out and said, hey, let's get rid of cookies. And then the Apple iOS update prohibits certain data collection and sharing unless people opt into tracking for app. So all these people were opting, like downloading apps, and they didn't realize that by default, boom, by default, I can just track like what many things, right? That is not the case anymore. That's cut down the amount of tracking on apps. I think it was in the 80-90%. Now it's in the 14% range, I believe. So how are companies kind of dealing with this now? That's the question. And keep in mind, anybody who's dealing with it now is they're just figuring out. They're like kind of like a pioneer, right, in the field. So what they're doing is good. Is it going to be the way that it goes moving forward? Probably not. The internet always is evolving. Over the course of my career, I've definitely seen many phases of it. But let's talk about Pepsi. We all know Pepsi. And interesting to see them come out and kind of take a stance right out of the gate. But I like what they did. So previously, Pepsi paid multiple vendors for data on media performance. But what they decided to do was build an internal engine that helps them understand their marketing's impact. Actually, was speaking to a gentleman yesterday who is a head of a 50-person analytics team at a huge company. And this is kind of where it's going, right? And think of that competitive advantage that you get if you've got that internal analytics team connecting all the dots, right? And helping you not only drive marketing efforts, but get that full cycle, right? Analytics knowledge into all the things you're doing with the business. But essentially, this real-time data combined with custom-made IBM dashboards for an effective approach. So they took all this real-time data, they combined it with some dashboards, right? So IBM has like Watson Analytics. There's other dashboards out there like Tableau. There's modeling you can do with other things and push it to Data Studio. Data, right? So whoever can wrap their head around the data science side is going to definitely be winning as you lose certain types of like third-party tracking. So they say there is a definite need for more real-time data to yield greater ROI for our marketing dollars and address the shifting regulatory landscape that underscores the need for more first-party data. That's from the CMO of Pepsi. Google. So Google comes out with Flock, right? Federated learning of cohorts. And essentially what it does is it separates users into groups. So while you might have one person who went to a page on your website before, that was one cookie. Now it might take, 1,000 people who went to that page and put them into a flock, right? A cohort, right? And then they are doing that not only within one website, but multiple websites. And essentially Google, I work with them quite a bit. We run around $100 million in advertising here, and they are all about audiences, right? So if you don't know too much about audiences, there's a lot of audiences out there right now. There's audiences for people who have just gotten married. There's an audience for people who have just moved, right? There's audiences for people who like business, who like advertising, who et cetera. And you can overlay those audiences with age, with gender, income status, all kinds of stuff like that. Now, the way that those have been developed, is kind of through this type of flock mindset. And in general, Google says that it's already run some tests, and they show that about 95% of the conversions per dollar spent when compared to cookieless advertising are there. So Flock does work. Now, what will happen moving forward? I don't know for sure, but I do know that Google came out and then they said Flock would be the alternative. And then they got some pushback, and that has delayed some things because people feel like, oh, well, if you put me in a group of 10, it's not that much better than if I were in a group of one, right? And that is something that they're going to have to work through as a company. But all the more reason to think, should I be so reliant on the Googles, on the Facebooks for the tracking, or can I do what Pepsi did, which is essentially kind of develop their own tracking in their own abilities, that's more owned by them opposed to somebody else. So how will a cookieless world impact the future of marketing, right? And how do we win in a cookieless world? Well, let's talk about it. So, third-party cookie replacements. Without replacements for third-party cookies, as much as 90% of all display impressions will become anonymous, right? And that's a big deal. So, replacements beyond Google's privacy sandbox are going to be necessary. And in a post-cookie world, innovation will be key. Otherwise, all these great places you can advertise on out there are going to be less effective from a targeting perspective. But there's something else that won't change, and I'm going to talk about that. There's some interesting stuff. So, different solutions for retargeting campaigns and measurement attribution. So, companies must be flexible and willing to adapt. And then from first-party data to ad serving without the need for personal data. Okay. There's going to be more emphasis on CRM and database. It's been really interesting to see consumers, marketers rather, mind shift and realize you got to start growing that CRM. You've got to build up that email list. You've got to get your own first party data. You've got to own something. Our email department has doubled, more than doubled actually, in the last year as a result of this, because we've been coaching clients saying, hey, we've got to build out a database that you can use for all kinds of stuff, which I'll talk about in a little bit, but it's definitely where your head should be at. Think offers. Think micro offers, think macro offers, think of using this in your advertising opposed to what might before have been a targeted kind of cookie around the web approach. Let's talk about contextual targeting. So behavioral targeting segment audiences based on website browsing behavior. Okay. So contextual targeting is something that is important, right? Every website is broken up into segments, and those segments have different things on them, and you understanding the journey of your customer on your own site is very, very powerful. We have done this quite a bit, and let me give you an example of how that would work. Well, say you have 10 different subjects that you cover on your website. Maybe they're all on the blog on some level. Mapping micro conversions for email captures and downloads within every segment of your site that's direct to that type of information. It allows you to capture some data, right? Say you're a bicycle company. Say you have one section about mountain bikes, the ultimate mountain bike traveler's guide for 2022 on the section on all the mountain bike pages where they can download. You can get that first party data. You get that data. You can use that for your advertising in the future because this person is contextually on a mountain bike and looking for information there. So ways to address the cookieless web include the following. Prioritize customer relationships, right? Drive customer loyalty using value exchange. I just gave you an example of one. Use integrated first party data to foster results and audit your collection process. That's for sure. So make sure you're collecting things the right way. Take a look at your content management system and make sure you're using all the features and capabilities that you can, because using one call to action across your entire site is going to be much less effective than 20 calls to actions that are specific to content. I mean, taking it even a step further, for some websites we've worked on, we've created options for specific calls to action on specific pages. You can dynamically, in some cases, insert a keyword into a type of call to action on every page and then map an offer to that. That type of thing makes a big difference, right? Implement features and solutions that allow for real-time personalization. So there's some things out there that allow you to do that. One type of product for that is called Segment, and it allows for real-time personalization. And for really advanced brands, I see them doing that. And then invest in testing cookieless platforms. There's quite a bit that are emerging. I'm going to go over a few in a minute. It's interesting. I'd be interested to see how you feel about these actual cookieless platforms, because I don't know if it's just a band-aid or if it's something that's going to last for the long haul. Quick checklist for you, but I've got more. And the end of this presentation has the best stuff yet. Okay, so sit tight. But first, build your own first-party data collection, use server-side tracking, develop the best ad creative, use tools like Clearbit, Hyros, but will they last? Implement, test, and prepare for change. These are the things I'm actually going to go through right now. This is the checklist. So I'm actually going to go over this next a little bit, okay? Okay, so build your own first-party data collection. So this is pretty straightforward. I talked about it a little bit already, right? But you need to capture your data from mobile apps, from your own landing pages, from social media, from emails, from surveys, from gated content, and more. Build your own data collection strategy. Every business should have a data collection strategy going into 2022, and that strategy should be legal based off of the state and country that you're in. Make sense? Next thing, focus on zero-party data or optional info that users choose to provide. So like how, even if you didn't have the data, right? Even if you didn't have it, how could you still be, you didn't even have your first party data. How could you still run the business from a marketing perspective? And then make sure your value exchange is worth it. So I've got a couple clients who we spend a lot of time every month on offers. What's the main offer that they're looking for? What's the main industry study that they're looking for? What's the main ebook that they're looking for? What's the main ultimate guide? What's the event that they're looking for, right? Offers, offers, offers. You have to come out with value, right? And that's just part of it. Server-side tracking is something that's coming up, aka cloud delivery. And this basically features a pixel that sends data to your server. So from there, your server passes it on to the destination server. Server-side data is when one central system functions to collect all data. Then that system relays data to the third-party vendors, okay? Server-side data tracking, I'll talk about that a little bit more later. And then number 3, this one for me is maybe the biggest. The future, one of the biggest things in the future, if not the biggest, is ad creative, okay? Is content, and how great that is. So I heard this great example the other day, and, think about it like this, okay? Say you got 100 people in a room, right? Is your ad creative going to make 30 of those people raise their hand and say, I want it? Or is it going to make 10% of those people raise their hand and say, I want it? Think about the difference. That's 3x, right? So if you're not investing in new creative consistently, you will eventually lose the battle of online, because the future of the internet, I always say it, it's who's going to be able to convert traffic for less, right? That's what we're looking at here, right? So you need to invest in the best creative out there, the best content out there. That's the name of the game. It's not a volume type of game anymore. Now, there's some tools out there. Clearbit and Hyros would be examples of some. If you don't know what Clearbit is, essentially it's a enhancement tool that basically enhances information about people online. Okay. And it's debatable where things are going to go with this tool, in my opinion. Also, there's another one called Hyros. It's debatable where things will go. And legality. These tools are out there, and that's all I'll say about that. But I just want to make you aware that they exist, and they could be fantastic for all I know from a legal perspective moving forward. Again, not trying to give legal advice, but it's just one example of a cookie tracking replacement that's coming to market, Clearbit. And essentially, it allows you to kind of organize people and create audiences. And then Hyros is an advertising tracking software that lets you send data via offline conversions to Google, right? So basically, if somebody converts, then you can use this tool to send that back to Google and refine your advertising and your bidding as a result. While that's great, I know from working with Google and some of these other areas that while Hyros is good, it might not be a long-term solution for everybody, but it is now. So I'm going to jump into that after this slide, okay? But number 5, implement, test, and prepare for change. This is a no-brainer. It's something you need to do. Let's talk about this for a second, okay? Which I think will be kind of the real solution moving forward. And I know this because Google told me it is going to be it, okay? And this is just one slide from a whole nother presentation I have on value-based bidding, which I've actually done a presentation on this on our YouTube. It's titled "Number One Paid Media Strategy Going in the Next Couple years." It's a whole presentation I've done on value-based bidding. But here's the thing. So you've got 100 customers, right? And 2 convert, right? One converts for $10. The other one converts, call it 3. The other one converts for $300. The other one actually converts, but really doesn't even buy anything. They just fill out the lead form, right? These people are not worth the same to the business, right? So the future of all this stuff is being able to take your final sale and feed that back into all of your bidding and refine over time. Got that? So that's value-based bidding. And, the evolution was kind of like cost per click, and then it went into like cost per conversion, and then it went into return on advertising spend, and then it went into it's going to be based off of profit margin bidding that you can have. And then finally, it's lifetime customer value. So think about being able to run ads more from like an account-based marketing perspective. These people have converted before. There's more people like this over here. These type of people pay the most. These ones don't. You don't really have all the data you had before, but you build your own database over time, right? And so Google now has ways that you can set this up, and it's better for everybody, right? The advertisers who get ahead of it first are going to win. The ones who go slow will lose, and that's the way it goes in this game, right? So summary. Third-party cookie removal is coming, whether you like it or not, okay? And you want to start testing alternatives now. Maybe allocate 10, 20% of your budget to that. You want to focus on first-party data collection, amazing ad creative. Server-side tracking is a thing. Will that last? I think probably. I mean, I don't know the exact outlook on that part, but some people are trying it. Contextual targeting and CMS auditing, no brainer. Definitely do that. I mean, there's so much wasted traffic out there. Somebody just put a little bit of time for conversion rate optimization. They could be doing better. Start connecting your sales to your ad account. Value-based bidding, value-based bidding, value-based bidding. You heard it from me. Definitely start looking at this, and do not ignore privacy laws. I hope that you kind of take a look at this presentation after, bring it to your legal team. I don't want to see anybody get in trouble. Again, the third time I'm going to say I am not a lawyer. Changing digital marketing landscape. Google's changing, Facebook's changing, right? Apple apps kind of already changed with the iOS update. Cookies, they're going away. They might turn to Flock. It might be a little bit different. There's privacy laws. You got to make sure that you got your opt-ins in order, and there's a greater need for privacy on all fronts. That's my presentation today for you, everybody. If you'd like to get access to this presentation, and if you would like actually a special checklist that I've created just to help everybody on the cookieless world, the things you want to do, go ahead and send an email to sales at ignitevisibility.com. That's sales at ignitevisibility.com, or give us a call. We'll be happy to give you this checklist, happy to help you through any of these things. We're trying to set up all of our clients for success going into this new world, and we're really excited about the future. Innovation is great inside of digital marketing, allows better companies to get ahead even more. So that's all I have for you today. I hope you enjoyed this presentation. I tried to bring a lot of energy for you to make it as exciting as possible. And I hope you all have a great day. Reach out to me at any point in time, sales at ignitevisibility.com. And you can also find me online. You can check out our Ignite Visibility YouTube channel. I'm very active on Twitter, very, very active on LinkedIn. And I hope to see you soon. Have a great day. Bye.
All right, hey everybody, that was John Lincoln. That was our last one before our lunch break. The next speaker will be speaking in the Page One Power Room at 1 o'clock, Michael Johnson, and the next speaker that will be in this room will actually be at 2 o'clock, and that will be Kelsey Jones. So go ahead, take a lunch break, get something to eat, and we will see you back here at 1.
All right, welcome back to the Brazos room. We are live and we're about to go have Kelsey Jones tell us about her 5 necessary data reports for her content audit. I hope you enjoy. Please make sure to kind of, as we go, to ask questions, whether it's in the Eventee Q&A and make sure in Kelsey's section, or add them to YouTube for your questions. So we'll get that going. Again, you have to be in either YouTube or Eventee, and we'll get those questions asked because Kelsey will be joining us in just a little bit. Enjoy the presentation.
Hi everyone, my name's Kelsey and today I'm going to be talking about my 5 necessary data reports whenever I do actionable content audit analysis. So like I said, my name's Kelsey. I am a content strategist and then I'm also the senior content director at Awesome Motive. So they are the company that produces the WordPress plugins Opt-in Monster, WP Forms, Monster Insights, and then about 13 other brands. So you can check us out at awesomemotive.com. And then you can also find me on Twitter at Wonderwall7. I'm really active on Twitter, not so much on LinkedIn, or I try to be off Facebook or anything else. So the first topic and report I want to cover today is content cannibalization. So content cannibalization is basically when multiple pages on your site rank for the same keywords. So the keywords are cannibalizing each other. So this means that they are cannibalizing the rankings, and this can lead to a lower click-through rate overall for all the pages that are ranked, and then user confusion. Maybe there's a product page and a blog post that rank for the same high-level keyword. They're not really sure where to click, so they might not click at all, or they might click on the wrong one that doesn't have what they're looking for and exit really fast. So then you have a high bounce rate, other issues like that. So the tool that I like to use for my report is Ahrefs. So that is where I pull my information, and I'm going to walk you through how to do it. I think you could do it with other tools as well, but you would need an SEO tool that's going to show you the keywords that you're ranking for organically. So in this example, I'm just using some data from my old employer, Neil Patel. So I ran the content strategy for the blog for a little over a year before I came to Awesome Motive. So they have a free template on the Ahrefs blog. So if you Google Ahrefs keyword cannibalization or content cannibalization, you're going to find the blog post that has a free template. And that's what I use to pull the information. So basically you do an export of your organic keywords and then you paste it into this template, and it's going to sort out automatically what keywords have the cannibalization and then what URLs match, and then also give you the other data, of course, like the position and the volume. If you don't have Ahrefs, you can even use a free account for Ahrefs. They have a free version, but if you don't have that, you could also do something similar in SEMrush or Ubersuggest, where you export your data and then you just sort it A to Z by keyword. So in this example, you would sort it by the second column. So hopefully the matching keywords would all be filtered A to Z, and you'd see them all in pairs. So after the report is run, you want to filter by volume depending on the site size. So why I say that is, when I was doing this for Neil Patel, that's such a huge site, we really needed to narrow it down by volume and really focus on keywords, that were more than 1,000 search volume per month. But for your site, if it's smaller, that might not be an issue, or maybe you have a bigger, smaller target you want to hit. And then you also want to look at overlaying additional data in that report using VLOOKUP. So for instance, whenever I was doing the report, I also pulled in how many page views each page was getting. And I then use that to determine, if it was multiple blog posts, which one we should use, and then maybe the other one that was getting way less clicks or way less search traffic, should that be 301 redirected to the blog post? So I chose this example because obviously Ubersuggest is Neil's tool and it's going to have some cannibalization because it's a tool itself. But if I was doing, a client blog or something else, you might see a term like, I don't know, product management for 2 blog posts. And again, just pulling in other data like the traffic or the clicks or maybe even the leads generated is going to help you determine which blog post you want to keep and then what other ones you maybe want to roll into the blog post that you're going to be keeping, and then just redirect the old blog posts to this new main one that you want to focus on. You also want to look at other goals that you have. So, do you have a product focus that maybe you need to focus on cannibalization of first? Like, for instance, if we were launching a new SEO plugin in quarter 1 of 2022, that's going to be more important to focus on, relevant terms for SEO plugin, WordPress SEO, than maybe some other terms that are either products we don't have or we're not focused on. So maybe if we were ranking for something like flowchart plugin and we did not have a flowchart plugin, even though we do have that cannibalization, if that's not our focus for that quarter, or maybe we're not getting a lot of leads, then it really doesn't matter right now at that moment. So that's something else you want to look at too. You also want to think about your process. So after you've analyzed the data, using the examples and what we just walked through, then you want to actually schedule out the work. So it just depends on what your workflow is. I always try to work ahead when I can, maybe 2 months ahead to a month ahead. Again, this probably depends on your size as well. So what I like to do is review a bunch of the cannibalization pairs at once, and then I schedule them out depending on the weekly cadence that we've set up with the team. So, for instance, if we've decided that our goal for the month or the quarter is to review and take action on 10 cannibalization pairs, then I am going to take 10 of those and schedule them accordingly in our project management software like Asana, or maybe Trello is what we used at Neil Patel. So I'm going to space it out accordingly. It also helps too if you want to do it all at once and then space it out accordingly. So for instance, if you had 100 terms that had some cannibalization in them, if you reviewed them all at once and then just schedule them all at once, and then schedule them out like, 10 per week for 10 weeks, that might make your life a little bit easier too. But I know sometimes it's also helpful to break it up. So in my case, when I worked at Neil Patel, I did it every Monday. I scheduled out, the 5 or 10 that I wanted the team to work on for the week. It's also important to automate what you can via services like Zapier. So I love Zapier. To me, it's worth paying for. So one thing that I experimented with, but we didn't really use a lot, but I know could work, is a Zap or automation in Zapier where whenever a field was changed in Google Sheets, then it would automatically create a task in Trello. So if you had a column of what action you were going to take on those pairs, such as redirect, rewrite, revise, depending on what that was, you could create an advanced automation in Zapier to create the right type of task in Trello or in Asana, and use the right tags, for rewrite, redirect, or revision, and then also include the URLs. You can pull the information from different cells to pull into the task when you're using Zapier. So always be thinking about what you can automate. And I want you to keep that in mind too as we go through the other reports as well. What can be automated in that advanced way? To me, it took me a long time to realize that a lot of the work I was doing could be automated in terms of just setting up tasks like that, not so much the analysis, of course. Um, so I really try to keep that top of mind now going forward because it really does save so much time. And then finally, you want to think about tracking. So always, always, always track. I have had a lot of clients and workplaces where, they were really good about creating reports and auditing, but not really about analyzing that and looking at it from the other side. So I like to use analytics, of course, to maybe see if, the redirects we put into place have actually increased CTR. or have increased page views on that main post we decided to keep. And then maybe your team's progress on, a Google spreadsheet of how many pairs you've gotten through. And then there's also a tool called ClickFlow, which is also useful for some other areas I'm going to talk about later. But basically, it pulls in your Google Search Console data and it lets you run experiments. So after you make a change on a page, you put that into ClickFlow and it's going to tell you after a certain amount of time if the CTR has gone up, if traffic has gone up, clicks, etc. So that's pretty useful as well. It is a paid tool. And then depending on your site size, you want to rerun the report every 6 to 12 months. And that's something I'm going to repeat for each of these reports. Set a reminder in Asana, set a reminder in your calendar that these need to be rerun, and it's just really an ongoing process. The next report I want to discuss is competitor gap analysis. Excuse me. So this is essentially, and I'm sure most of you know this, terms that your competitor ranks for in organic search that you do not. So I know for sure Ahrefs and Ubersuggest do this. I'm sure SEMrush does as well as any others. But those are the two that I have used and know for sure. I like Ahrefs better because you can export the data all at once. With Ubersuggest, you have to do it separately by keyword. So Ahrefs is really the easiest in my opinion. So what you can do in Ahrefs is compare yourself to, I think, up to 5 competitors, and then you export the data and see, what keywords should you be ranking for and you don't, or, what do you not even talk about on your website that you should be. So here I also like to filter by keyword volume. And again, that depends on site size. Like maybe if you have a smaller site, it doesn't even matter what volume it is. And then also, delete keywords that don't apply to your business. I've seen competitors rank for some really random topics that maybe just apply to them but wouldn't apply to us, like maybe exact name match for their brand, or just a random term like maybe from pop culture that really doesn't apply to us and the reason why we're creating the content. So from there, I like to look for, okay, so we're not ranking for these keywords, but do we have articles about these keywords? And so I like to either use the site colon search on Google. So you put site colon and then your domain and then space and the keyword. Or if you have a really good internal search, I found that most websites' internal search is really crappy and doesn't give you really good info. And the site search is a lot of times better. Excuse me. So after you do that, if your articles are found, then if you have an article already about that keyword, then maybe you can just update the existing article to better optimize for the keyword. Maybe there aren't some, uh, parts that are properly optimized, like headers or variations of the keywords. But if you don't have an article about that topic or a page on your site about that topic, then that's a good, reason to assign these out as new articles. So again, I like to do this in a batch. So what I would do at Neil Patel is if we had a set amount of articles that we needed new assignments for each week, then I would constantly review my content gap analysis spreadsheet and just keep going until I could find the set minimum that we wanted to add into Trello. And you can do this as a batch in Trello. So if you copy, a list with that are broken down by line breaks of, 8 assignments you wanted to add, if you paste those all into a new card in Trello, it asks you if you want to create 8 separate cards. And then you can use a Trello add-on, I think it's called Bulk Editor, to automatically edit a bunch of cards at once. So maybe add the new label if you're using a post type label, change the due date to a week in advance or however long you give people to complete the articles. And then assign out in bulk as well. Like maybe you only have one writer, so it would automatically go to them. And again, that goes back to automating and doing things in batches as much as you can. you'll find that this is just really crucial, especially if you're handling the content production or SEO of a very large scale site. And finally, when it comes to tracking, of course, you want to use your analytics, Google Search Console, and then also track your keywords in an SEO tool. So whenever you have a new post published, add the tracked keyword to that section of the SEO tool you use, and then you can kind of determine if your position goes up or down, and how you're ranking compared to competitors. I like to run this, like I said, every 6 to 12 months, again, depending on your size. If your site is smaller, then maybe once a year is going to be sufficient. If it's bigger, it might need to be run more, because I found that the bigger the site, the more fluctuation there is in the SERPs and what you get ranked for versus what you don't. The third thing we're going to cover is Google Search Console clicks. So if you ever see GSC in the presentation, it just means Google Search Console. So I really like to do this in a unique way. So I found that audits are often focused on, okay, here's what we're doing well, because, well, maybe not so much audits, but more reports, because you want to impress your executive team. But when you are doing an audit, you want to look for things that could be improved, because that's going to be your jumping off point for the work that you're going to do for the next quarter, the next month, the next half a year, until you rerun these again. So one thing I like to specifically look at in my Google Search Console data is pages that are getting less than 100 clicks per time period. So in this instance, I think it was per month. This is a really small client that I have. It's actually my cousin. She's a chiropractor. So I have her little website for her town that she, has her practice in. So anyway, in her case, 50 might be too much. Maybe anything less than 10 or 20 is going to be a better fit for her. For a large scale site like Neil Patel, I did the less than 100. I've just found that that was a good number to really find data that was actionable. So I'm going to move my face. So the way you kind of want to do this is, after you have the report, filter by click. So do the less than 100 or whatever your metric is, like I said, and then sort highest to lowest. So the ones with 100 are at the top. And then you also, okay, I already said that, filter to less than 100. And then you want to look for opportunities within this for content ideas again. So these are keywords that you rank for because you're showing up in the Google search results for them. You're not getting that click-through rate that you want, but like my last bullet point says, Google has determined, that your page should be shown for that keyword. And is it a good fit? If it is, that kind of gives you some fodder to think about. So I found too that oftentimes I will rank for keywords that I really don't have niche content on. So for instance, I did a random site. I don't really update anymore this information on the screenshot. And one that came up was the fall marketing ideas. So I know we have a blog post on that site about seasonal marketing. And so I'm thinking that that's how Google filled in the fall marketing ideas, term. And that's why we're not getting a lot of clicks, is because it's not specific to fall. So in that case, that'd be a prime example of a post that I would want to create if I don't have that niche of a topic. So another thing that I like to look at as well is, how am I going to determine my priority and my action? So of course you want to delete keywords that don't apply to your business, just for your reference. You're not, of course, deleting them out of Google Search Console, you're just deleting them out of your spreadsheet. It kind of keeps it cleaner. Also, if you want to filter in the action column by NA, you could do that as well if you want to keep the data. So I have a column on the spreadsheet that has my chosen actions that I want to do. Am I just going to keep it, maybe, yeah, it gets less than 100 clicks, but I'm just going to leave it alone. It's not a priority for me at this time. Do I need to revise a post that I have right now? If so, that's the action there. Rewrite, same thing. Is the post so old that it needs to be completely rewritten? not just a revision. And then you could have another action on here as well, maybe a new post. So even though you're ranking for a keyword already on a post, like I said in the last slide, the fall marketing ideas would be an example where I would want to have a new post because we have a post on seasons overall, but not fall specifically. So I could niche down and create specific topics and pages for each of the seasons and then link to them from the seasonal blog post page. From there, you want to track your progress on tools like, again, like I mentioned before, analytics. You can make markers of when you've updated pages or started tracking certain keywords. Google Search Console, again, you want to see is the number of terms that are getting less than 100 clicks, is that going down? That's a good indicator of just overall how your improvements have moved the needle from Google Search Console. And then also, again, tracked keywords in your SEO tool. So taking those keywords that you actually have taken action on, whether it's a rewrite or a revision, and seeing how that has improved or declined over time using the track keywords feature. Again, I think 6 to 12 months is a good barometer for this. Sorry, my voice is a little rough today. That's why I'm drinking so much. The next report that I love to run, so it's called Striking Distance Keywords. And there is a tool that actually calls it that. I cannot remember which one. I didn't know that's what it was called. It was just something I thought of before. But these are essentially keywords that you rank for that you're not number one in the SERPs. So maybe you're position 2 to maybe 12. 2 to 10 might be a better metric if you have a larger site because there's just so many keywords that you probably rank for. Just, use to your judgment. So again, you want to look at that data, pull a fresh sheet of the organic keywords that you rank for, and you want to look at the volume and then the current position. So you want to filter by SERP position. So again, the current position, this was pulled from Ahrefs. That's what that means is current position in the SERPs. And so I'm going to filter the data so it only shows me positions 2 to 12. And then I want to sort by highest to lowest because research has shown it's a lot easier to move from 2 to 1 in the SERPs than like 12 to 2. You can do it, it's just going to take a lot longer of a time to move from 12 to 2 than 2 to 1, or 12 to 1 is going to take longer. Again, you want to filter the data, just doing some manual cleaning to clean up the data. Keywords that don't apply to your business, like maybe you rank for them and it just really isn't applicable to you. You don't know why. Just filter those out in your keyword. And then I also like to look at the keyword volume, and I will also sometimes sort by keyword volume. Excuse me, if I want to focus on that, because a lot of times keyword volume is a good indicator of, oh, there's actually a lot of interest in this. And so that might be a good way that you want to determine priority as well. So when it comes to the striking distinct keywords, you basically want to look at the basics. Google has said time and time again, focus on the basics of SEO. Don't try to get fancy. Don't try to do, any new tricks that just are going to fade or become not allowed over time. You want to focus on things that have been shown to move the needle and are white hat and good best practices. So some of the things I like to focus on are featured snippets and schema. So for instance, could you add an FAQ, schema section to your blog post that answers some things that are showing up in the people also ask section of the SERP for that keyword? Are your title and meta descriptions optimized properly? Do your headers in the article have the keyword in it that actually makes sense, of course, and isn't over optimized, makes sense to the user? So in that case, if you said something like our process and you were a nonprofit and your page was about providing vaccines, in third world countries for polio, it would make sense to add our polio immunization process. That makes more sense because it's more clear about what the next section is about, polio immunization specifically, instead of just our process. That could be about anything. Also want to look at other related keywords. We know Google is smart and they recognize, related keywords. I don't think they specifically said, hey, we weigh that in relevance of how we're going to rank you for specific keywords. But it makes sense to me that, Google would think of, okay, they mention this target keyword. They also mention these 5 related keywords in the content that we know has been correlated to user intent and user searches with the target keyword. Thus, we're pretty sure it's about what the user is going to be looking for. Again, that's just my best guess, but that would make logical sense to me. There's also little things you want to look at that are just good for like website SEO hygiene, I'm going to call it. So alt text, of course, that's great for accessibility. It also gives you a good way to describe the image, especially if it's a graph that's about your topic. If you're in doubt, you can always add the title of your blog to the image, alt text, as well as a description of what the image is for accessibility, of course. And then image sizes, that's going to help with your page speed, which we do know affects your rankings in Google as well. So I really like to do these in big batches. So I might parse out 100. So maybe the first 100 that have the highest keyword volume that are in positions 2 to 5 might be how I'm going to filter the data. And then we just have a Google spreadsheet and we're working on the progress. I might identify any posts that need to be rewritten, in a notes column, or I might have a custom field like I was showing you in the report about the cannibalization or the less clicks, the Google console clicks. So that's something else you can add to the data. I like to have weekly meetings, whether that's a meeting or maybe everybody turns in a weekly report of their progress, to just know that we are working through, that spreadsheet of 100. And if our goal is to get 100 done that quarter, we know, are we on track? Are we behind? Are we ahead? Just that weekly progress report keeps us honest and makes sure that we're trying to hit those metrics. So it kind of goes into what I just said. You can also look at your tracked keyword rankings. So of course, not only keeping track of the progress of the project itself, but then also, are the keywords you're trying to rank higher for, are you actually moving up in the SERPs? And again, I like to look at this data every 6 to 12 months because I'm not only going to see progress, but I'm also going to see new keywords that maybe we need to start the process with over again. And finally, meta titles and descriptions. I know you've heard it a million times. They are still important. And here's some quotes from Google's help desk as like support article about meta descriptions. So they say, prioritize your content that you find is the most important to have meta descriptions first, if you're trying to decide. And then, descriptions that are high quality, which is what we need to do and prioritize, they can go a long way to improve the quality and quantity of your search traffic. So if your meta descriptions are well written, that's going to get you a higher quality of search traffic because people better understand what the page is about. So I like to use the OG Screaming Frog, of course, to pull those into a spreadsheet. So I did some meta meaning like ironic example here. I just searched meta descriptions and then I thought these two were really good. Of course, their blog posts about writing the right meta description, but I thought that their meta description was really well written. So of course, after the report's done, you want to determine priority. Something I've said with the 4 other reports. So you want to fill in the missing ones first. So if you have pages that don't have any meta titles or any meta descriptions, you want to do those first. So in like Google Sheets or Excel, you can do this by filtering by cells, for that column that are blank. So we often do that is I will filter that's blank and then I'll create a new spreadsheet, maybe if I'm going to assign it to somebody with just the blank ones. So then they can write it in. And that's something that could be automated with Zapier as well. So maybe once those are filled in the spreadsheet, it generates a Zap, an automation that then creates a new task in Asana or Trello to add it to the page. I also like to filter by removing pages that aren't applicable. Like maybe there is a meta description missing from like a category page that we really need to block on the robots.txt file anyway. Other, random pages like that maybe, we know we're going to be getting rid of or we know we're going to rewrite. And part of the rewrite process is meta descriptions, then maybe I'm not going to mess with it right now. I also like to sort by priority, meaning, you could do a new column to see, okay, this is a product page, so I'm going to label the product pages in my new column, and then I can sort by that or have the writer who's writing these sort by that. And they know to do the product pages first if that's going to be our focus. I also like to pull in data to determine priority as well. So for instance, the Neil Patel blog had over 6,500 blog posts. So I could pull in our Google Analytics data using VLOOKUP and determine, okay, I'm going to do the pages that have the highest page views but no meta descriptions. I'm going to do those first. You could also do, highest page views, no meta descriptions. The keyword volume is over 1,000. I mean, you can narrow it down as much as you want, depending on how much data you have. Google Search Console is another way to prioritize the data, like maybe the ones that have the lowest click-through rate. I'm going to do those first because it's obvious that the existing meta description just really isn't doing it. So that's another way you can kind of analyze what data should I be doing first. So when it comes to actually writing, focus on the basics. I mean, I'm sure you've heard this a million times. Include the target keywords, include a call to action. That Google Help support page that I mentioned at the beginning of this section, they recommend adding stats or other helpful info, like even your address or your hours of operation or your phone number. They do recommend adding that for the meta descriptions on their support page about it. And do remember, I mean, most of you probably know, Google may change your meta titles, they may change your description, but like they have said, high quality ones make a difference. So we want to control what we can when it comes to SEO. So writing these should still be a priority because we can. I mean, we have the power to write them and at least give Google the option to use them. I know it's really frustrating when you spend all this effort writing them and then Google just doesn't use it. But all we can do is try. So I like to track, my KPI progress via Google Sheets. Basically, every week I'll go in and see, well, how many empty ones that didn't have a description did our writer do this week? Maybe I'll look in Asana or Trello and see how many got pushed to the live site. And then weekly meetings or weekly check-ins if you want to be more asynchronous. So maybe the writer can send you an email every week that has just a number of how many they did for the week and how many were uploaded to the site. As new pages are constantly being added, again, this probably depends on your site size and how often new pages get added to your site. But you want to rerun the report every 6 to 12 months to see if there's an opportunity that they need to be rewritten again. Maybe your products have improved so much that the titles and descriptions need to be rewritten. Also make sure that you create as part of your process that all new pages have meta descriptions added into your CMS. Like if you were doing it for WordPress, you could easily add it in the Yoast SEO box, add a custom meta description. Other sites, you may need to add it into the HTML, but making that part of the publishing process is really important. So kind of in summary here, as I move my little video, First, determine your KPIs. Without knowing what your priorities are, everything else is going to be pretty much useless. The data, you can have all the data in the world, but if you don't know what your goals are, then the data is irrelevant. Look at the content cannibalization. What terms are you ranking for with multiple pages, and how can you consolidate those if needed? Your clicks. So if you have low click-through rate URLs, how can you improve those, and using those as a starting point to improve? Your striking distance keywords, so keywords you rank for in spots 2 to 12. What optimizations can you do on those pages to get higher in the SERPs, hopefully to page 1? Meta titles and descriptions, old school, basic, I know, but still really important, especially when it comes to improving click-through rate. And then you want to compare, the data and what you've done, with your tracking. Look at your existing KPIs and, every big reporting period, maybe when you reset your goals for the quarter or every 6 months or every year, do you need to change your KPIs? Do you need to change what you focus on in each of these reports? So improving them or pivoting them as needed. And that's it. So thank you to everybody. I'm here for Q&A, and I spelled my Twitter username wrong, but it's Wonderwall7, like the Oasis song, not Wodnerwall7. So thank you everyone for joining me. I really appreciate it. And if we run out of time, you can always ask me questions on Twitter as well. So thank you so much.
Kelsey, thank you so much for such a great presentation. So many helpful notes. So everyone, Kelsey is with us today. So if you have any questions, please either put them on YouTube or within Eventi. And again, we'll get those asked. To kind of start some things off, I did notice kind of a lot of times you're talking about checking in every 6 to 12 months. I was wondering, are there any certain things that you might prioritize to be a little bit sooner or quarterly over that 6 to 12, or even, at the end of a month after doing some different things?
Yeah, that's a good question. I would say with these reports, you quickly find out what you have the most issues with. So, you might see, oh my gosh, we have so many, cannibalization of content. We have to get these knocked out. And you'll quickly see that, one report might show that something needs to be a bigger priority than something else. Or like, almost all your pages don't have meta titles or descriptions. I mean, things like that where things are just missing, or there's a huge amount of things that need to be done. I would say those warrant closer together check-ins than recalibrating every 6 to 12 months.
Awesome. So I know one of the new things is that like you mentioned about being rewritten your title tags and meta descriptions. What is your process for checking to see if you are rewritten? And then do you try and rewrite once to see if you can make it better than Google's, or do you kind of just throw up your hands and say we're at the hands of the Google lords and on what they decide?
I think the most important thing is to have something. And so what we try to do, or what I've tried to do in the past with teams, is to have writers that know what they're doing and we can trust them to do it on their own. So usually it's through Google Sheets, and the writer just works on it as they can. And then once a week, I would usually pop in there and see how much they've been, what's been done. And if the writer didn't have access to WordPress, then me or someone else would then put the meta descriptions or titles into the WordPress, the applicable post or page. And so I really, for things like that, try to enable your team to do it themselves as much as possible. But it's always good to check as well, especially if it's a freelancer or someone who's never done it before.
Awesome. That's great advice. Julie just asked the question, what's the biggest win you found by doing one of these content audits?
Oh, that's a really good question. So I love doing this kind of stuff because I love finding out when things are wrong. Like, it's really fun. That's what I like about running these reports, is to find out, okay, where can we really improve, and where's there's a chance to actually make some big traction. Because I think a big issue in marketing is like, we often get stuck in our own routines. And as a result, we don't audit our own work enough. And so biggest win, I would say, is at Search Engine Journal, when we were doing these, we found that there were some writers in the past that had been plagiarizing content. And so some of the posts that were really old on our site were actually plagiarized from other posts. And so that was a case where we were able to create like new posts and redo the ones that had been plagiarized. So that's the one that stands out. I know we didn't cover plagiarism in this presentation, but that was one that stood out, like that we wouldn't have caught that if we hadn't been running an analysis and an audit like this.
Is there a certain tool you use to catch the plagiarism? And then also, I kind of, I guess, talking about meta description, the other things that you were talking about, is there a certain reading level that you like to try and write to, or do you check that at all?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I like using Copyscape for the plagiarism because you can do a batch search, which it is paid, but they'll search several pages all at once. So that makes it a lot easier. And they're really affordable too. And then in terms of, well, wait, what was your second question?
I think it was like, do you write to a certain reading level? You know, like I think like it's Hemingway that you use that app.
Right. Okay, got it. So Hemingway is like really brutal, I think, and they're not wrong, but I feel like they're always going to be harder than what it needs to be. And Hemingway is still obviously a really good tool, but I think whenever I have my team writing something or I'm writing something, I don't focus on their writing level. I think of more of the KISS acronym. So keep it simple, stupid. So basically, that's another thing that I see in marketing and search a lot is people will say terms that obviously the audience isn't using. Like the internal marketing team might know an official name for a product or something, but their audience may not be searching for that product name. Like a good example that I always give is Kleenexes. Like everybody says, can I have a Kleenex? But that's actually a brand name. The technical product name is facial tissue, but no one says that. I mean, at least where I'm from, I'm in Kansas City, everyone says, can I have a Kleenex? And so you have to kind of think like that. And I know that's not the best example because you don't necessarily want to use another brand's term in your content, but just thinking of things like that, like maybe there's a certain technical product you have, especially if you're in software, that it's called, I don't know, secure gateway something, but nobody knows that that's what they're searching for. They don't know that name. So when you're writing descriptions or even website content, you have to think like, what's a term that people are actually using that they might be searching for, and then can also help them understand what is being done better.
Do you have a couple of tips for the best way that you do, I guess, client research to kind of figure out what they use as their form of jargon or phrases?
I really like using social media for that, like social listening. I'm trying to think of some tools. I mean, there's several social mention is one that I've used in the past, but a lot of times people will use jargon in social media. And I think a lot of times jargon or slang for products, that's a lot harder to find in keyword research tools like SEMrush or Screaming Frog or whatever. Social media is usually your best bet. Or if you have like other bloggers, like random bloggers, they run a blog or, a site, you might look at reviews of your product on their site to see what they would say. Reddit might be another good place, like any message boards like Discord or something too. YouTube comments.
Exactly. For like your striking distance terms, I know you said kind of like for the ones that are 2 to 10, but is it possible with, I guess, less competitive terms or lower search volume terms, do you expand that out a little bit more?
Yeah, I mean, you definitely can. I just think the striking distance, why I did that in particularly, is because your click-through rate, drops so much if you're on page 2 or 3 versus page 1. Like a lot of users are obviously way less likely to go to the later pages. If you have a smaller search volume, that actually might be to your advantage because that might mean that your competitors aren't really focusing on that keyword. So if you're on page like 3 or 4 in the SERPs, but you see that your main competitors aren't on page 1 either, it actually might be advantageous for you to get the bigger movement if you focus on those keywords when your competitors haven't done that yet.
Great. Had a couple, just 2 more questions, kind of like more geared towards like the one-man band type people. Do you think it's better to have no meta description at all, or to use just like a stock template that you're kind of just producing and just kind of slightly changing, or, you know, even might be a duplicate if you're just putting up content or have had content before, and you don't have the time just to write that instantly?
Oh, that's a good question. I would say if it's a blog post and you don't have it, it probably is better to leave it blank. But if it's something like your about page or like a product pages, that might be better to have it be a stock description rather than blank. And my thinking with that is you'd have an opportunity to have a call to action to have them find more information, like a phone number or another way they could get a hold of you. Ideally, obviously, you want them to be unique, but that's how I would decide if I had to.
Excellent. Actually, I think I had 2 more. When you're niching down, do you have a certain content size that you recommend, you know, word count wise, or is it, how do you kind of determine the length?
Of the keyword?
Or no, for when you're niching down to like to create an article?
I think it just depends. And it depends on how much content you can put out based on that keyword. Like some of the keywords are so specific that you could only really write a paragraph or 2 about them. So in that case, I would include it in an overall, like maybe an article that's optimized for a bigger topic, but it has a section that's more catered towards that long tail keyword that's really specific. I've also seen it done where if it's something really niche and you have regular podcast episodes or videos, to do a video on it instead of a huge long blog post. And then maybe your blog post just embeds the video and has like a short paragraph or something explaining it.
All right. Unless there are any other questions coming from YouTube or on Venti, I have just one last more. When you kind of talk about creating a fact page, do you see the order of how you put the questions on that page affecting how you rank, or is there a way that you kind of determine what to put towards the top?
That's a good question. I don't think the order matters because I've seen it done always and I don't think it matters. But I have seen that you get ranked faster when you do questions that are being asked on the SERPs already. So if you look on the SERPs for your target keyword and you look in the section, obviously, that says people also ask, if you answer those questions in the fact like schema, you're a lot more likely to get ranked than if you just are making up things that aren't really things people are also asking.
Awesome. So Kelsey, thank you so much for your presentation. It was so insightful, and thank you for answering all of our questions. Again, we'll look forward to kind of sharing this more. And just, again, thank you for coming to State of Search. It's always great to have you here, and you have a great day.
Thank you. You too. And thanks to everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, and we're back, and I'm happy to have Moria Gallagher with us today. She will be presenting live.
Hi.
And hi, good to see you. So glad to have
Can you
you
hear me?
here. I can hear you just fine.
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you too.
Perfect. So
We're not live yet, or are we live? Oh, we're live. We're live.
So we are live. I'm about to hand it off to you to present. Again, her mission is to help women to deliver their stories on stage while enjoying the globe-setting life, and she'll also help a few of the very select men that are kind enough. So Moria, thank you for joining us, and I am going to turn the stage over to you.
All right. So first of all, hi. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to do something not that technical, which is called share my screen. But if you're anything like me, technical crazy stuff happens all the time. So I'm just going to click share screen. Says share screen, looks simple. Window, entire screen, share. Now you must be able to see my slides on the screen. Is that right? Are they here? Is that it? I'm not sure if that's it. I apologize. If somebody could tell me in the chat if that worked. I tried this earlier and it seemed to be so simple, but now it's appearing to be difficult. Anyway, my name is Maureen Elhart, and I help entrepreneurs to build a top-tier income from sales-focused speaking. And I also show them how to take that same system and have a globe-trotting lifestyle of freedom. If you're anything like me, you want to have a business so you can travel the world and have a really awesome lifestyle. That's what I do. And that's what I teach my clients to do. But it wasn't always that way. I didn't just like rock up one day and say, hey, I want to be a speaker. It took a lot of like searching to kind of find my way in the entrepreneurial space. I actually started out as in a travel business, believe it or not. And then I moved into working with entrepreneurs. And when I discovered speaking, I was probably in about 10K of debt at the time from the business I was running before. I was starting to see that coaching was a way forward for me. And I was like, how am I going to make this work? I've struggled with this other business. And I got invited to speak at an event, a local event. And I'm going to say this, never underestimate the power of connecting it at a local level. And you know, when we think about speaking, and I'm even going to talk about doing this around the world, like this really started for me in a small town of about 5,000 people, very few networking events, very few entrepreneur events who were the people that I was looking for. But anyway, I got invited to speak at this event. Not a huge event, but felt huge to me at the time. And I got up on stage to speak, not even that well, but I had a powerful message and shared some stories, shared some content. And afterwards, somebody walked up to me and said that they wanted to hire me, like literally on the spot. I was like, wow, amazing. And then someone else came up to me from a prestigious organization, invited me to speak at their annual event, which was going to have about 200 to 300 people at it. And I was like, wow, this is the power of speaking. And I found this in my hometown. What else can I do? And that's really where it started for me. 2 years after that, my business was making multiple six figures. I was speaking on stages all over the world, creating some of my own events around the world, doing retreats, traveling, setting myself up in cities that I loved. And I really have never looked back. And what I want to share with you in the time that we have is I want to share with you how you can use this too in your business. So whether you're speaking already and maybe it's not making any money, or you're new to this is going to be great for you. I think that being entrepreneurs, regardless if it's virtual, if you're doing it just in the virtual world and the real world, as entrepreneurs, we are leaders. We have a message that we want to share in the world, right? So in order for us to get our messages out there, speaking is going to be the fastest path. So don't overthink the whole speaking thing. You know, sometimes people think, oh, keynote. Yeah, that's one way, but there's loads of ways to use speaking. And in fact, you're probably speaking a lot in your business right now. If you're not identifying yourself as a speaker, you're probably speaking a lot in your business right now, but you're not, you know, maybe you're not open, or you're not seeing where all the possibilities to speak are. And what I want to share with you is the fact that they are literally everywhere. And I always say this, that if I was able to find opportunities to speak, and I, living in a small town in the corner of Ireland, then I know that wherever you are in the world, probably all over America, there are opportunities for you to speak literally everywhere. And we're going to look at some of those opportunities today. And I'm also going to point out how you can monetize these opportunities. And yeah, now if I could get my slides to share, when I click tab, it's not letting me. When I click window, they're not appearing there for some crazy reason. When I click entire screen, I don't know if it works. Bart, can you just help me for 10 seconds? And please, guys, just bear with me for 10 seconds. Can you let me know in the comments if my screen shares when I click on when I put my slides up? Can you see that?
I'm not seeing you adding them just yet.
All right, because, well, I don't know. So I tried this out earlier today and it was fine. Can you
share it, and then I'll push it live.
Did you just see that just now? It was just, I saw it on the screen. Did you see that?
I'm not seeing it just now.
You can't see
you hit the share button?
Yep. Hit the share button. No slides are showing.
No, I think you.
Okay, I'm just gonna have to scrap it and just go with it. Guys, no slides, but maybe you're all slided out, right?
Hey, Maury, if you want to email me real quick, I'll put them up and you can kind of guide me if you want.
Yeah, I can do that. 1 second. Actually, this is just so there's real irony in this, because I am absolutely not a fan of using slides, and now here I am having a nightmare because I can't get my slides to share. Even though
if you don't want to use them, you don't have to use them.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to go without, because I'm just wasting people's valuable time here. I think I can make this interesting with or without slides, right? So
yes.
Yeah, let's just do that and just say, to hell with the slides. And I'll just put this down as one of those stories that I tell from stage of the time my slides didn't work. And that's what I love about speaking as well. We're constantly picking up ideas of different things that you can use on stage. So I'll definitely be using this story. So, you might be here because you saw the title of my gig and you thought to yourself, wow, could I be enrolling more clients using speaking? Or you might be, somebody who's maybe speaking now, but you're not really clear on how it works. And you see other people speaking and you're thinking, well, they seem to be making a lot of money. They seem to be making a lot of impact. How are they doing that? And you might be here because you want to make more money and you're excited to learn about what the possibilities are of speaking. Or you might just want to get your message out in the world in a really, really powerful way, in a super fast way. And that's what speaking can do. I have not experienced anything in my business. I've been in business for almost 10 years that works as fast as speaking does. So what I'm going to share with you to make all of this easier with you is I'm going to share some of the crucial things that you need to do now to start speaking and get paid. I'm going to show you what the real engine is that powers all speaking success. Right? It's not a case of just getting up on stage and just starting talking. There's a lot of moving pieces to this. And I'm also going to show you that, well, your talk seems to be the most important thing to entrepreneurs. It's really only half the battle. And there's some missing links that can actually help you create a speaking gold mine. So if you're watching on YouTube or wherever you are, let me know if that sounds good for you. Because what I'm also going to share with you is how I've been able to build my business up to creating almost 2 million in sales just from speaking on stages. And I wasn't somebody who, went to speaker school for a long time. I literally learned on the job. And what I love about the type of speaking that I do is I don't think you need to have a massive profile. You don't have to have thousands and thousands of followers. All of that's a myth. You can literally start doing this as soon as possible. And the first thing I want to touch on, if you are thinking of starting this as soon as possible, or maybe you're already doing it and you want to accelerate your success with it, is the first thing you're going to do is you're going to find your awesome audience, right? And that sounds really obvious, but I'm always shocked at how few entrepreneurs they really overthink where they're going to find opportunities to speak. You want to look for opportunities to speak where your ideal clients are hanging out. And they are everywhere, and they're probably everywhere that you are, and they're probably everywhere that you have ever been, right? And right now, the way the world is and all this amazing virtual opportunity, The volume and the quality of the people that you now have access to is through the roof. And if you want to reach them quickly, speaking is going to be your fastest path to do that. So you've got to know who your awesome audience is. And there's one thing that they are going to be attracted to more than anything, more than your methods, more than your branding, more than, your, cool, clever tips and ideas. They're going to be attracted to your message, because I can tell you, number 2 is the money and the meaning is in your message. And when I say message, I want to make this really, really clear for you. When I say message, I don't mean your story. When I say message, I don't mean your credentials. When I say message, I don't mean your bio. I mean your marketing message, right? Really, really important to understand the difference. I could go to a networking event, virtual or live, and ask an entrepreneur, like, well, what's your message? And they'll still be talking 5 minutes later, right? That's not your message, right? What you want with your message is you want to have something to say that's going to impact the people that need your help instantly, right? Not someday. You want it to be instant, okay? And a marketing message is made up of some key things. Now, the problem with most entrepreneurs, regardless of, where they are from in the world, we're all the same, we're all cut from the same cloth, is they're often talking about what they do, and they forget to focus on what they do makes possible for their clients, right? They're not talking about what they do makes possible for their clients. Nobody cares about what you do, and nobody is buying what you do, right? They're buying what you make possible to them. And it's really, really, really important to be able to understand the difference in that. And most entrepreneurs as well, they're obsessed with their process, right? They're obsessed with the process that they walk their clients through and all their methods and all this stuff. But actually, if you want to get obsessed with something in your business as it relates to your clients, get obsessed with the outcomes that you help your clients create. If you go to a networking event or any event and you start talking about outcomes and not process, you're going to expect your conversions to go through the roof. Now, this is the moment when you're in conversation with somebody and you tell them about what you do and they go, oh, really? Great. Well, good luck with that. I hope it goes well for you. And you're like, okay, great. Yeah. Okay, that seemed to work. No, that didn't work, right? What you want to do, what you want to have happen when you share your message with somebody is you want them to lean in and go, wow, can you help me with that? Right? Let me know in the comments if that's the kind of reaction that you would want to have when you ask people, when you share what your message is, and not have people's eyes glaze over, which is often what happens because nobody cares about your process, right? Nobody's buying that. They're buying the outcomes that you help your clients achieve. And when you say your message, your clients should almost instantly get this visual in their mind of what it's going to look like and what it's going to feel like, right? Because we buy on emotions, and the human brain sees the world in pictures. We don't see things in any other way. So you've got to make sure that when you're sharing your message, you're actually sharing a picture, like a visual, almost like a success fantasy that your clients can have. And that's going to make them want to have a call with you, connect with you, join your list, become a fan, follow you, join your challenges, all that good stuff, because that's what we want. Right? That's why we're pouring our hearts and soul into our business, because if you can't attract somebody with your message, then you're basically wasting a lot of time. And it never ceases to amaze me how many entrepreneurs I work with, and one of the first things we do is we change their message, and they expect like a windfall of clients straight away. It's like they start speaking this language that they've suddenly learned that helps them connect deeply with their clients. How many of you want to connect deeply with your clients? Right? To show them that you really understand, and to show them that you're the person to their breakthrough. You're the person who's going to help them to get to their dream. Right? Does that sound good? I think it sounds good to me. And it's what I loved, with over the last few years, going to rooms. And I literally would do this. You know, when I started my business first, I'd be like, you know, what is it that, you know, gets some people excited about working with me and other people just don't seem to be bothered? And I know they could be ideal clients. So I started playing this game when I would ask people, you know, what they did, and they would ask me. I would try a few things, and I'm going to give you some examples now so that you can try this out for yourself. And it never ceases to amaze me. I was just like, oh my God, when I speak about outcomes, people literally lean in and say, I want to know more about that. And that usually meant that they wanted to become a client. Your message should really get your clients in the gut. It shouldn't go over their head, right? And if your message is not helping you land clients, then there's something, you've got a messaging problem. And the good news is easily solved, okay? But it can't be complicated. And there's another thing that it can't be fluffy, right? There's some things in this world that should be fluffy, like, you know, your nice cozy fluffy slippers when you take your shoes off at the end of the day, or maybe a nice blanket that you put around you when you're feeling cold, and you want to warm up, something nice and fluffy. But that should not be your message. Your message needs to be high value, and it needs to be really impactful, right? It needs to just get cut to the chase, get right to it. That's what you want your message to be about. It can't be fluffy. You want to have some fantastic messaging. So here's some examples, right? Let's say you're a website designer, and your message is, I create well-designed websites that reflect your brand identity. Okay, that's good. If I ever need a website, I'll think of you. Oh, really? Awesome. Or I help entrepreneurs to turn their websites into lead-generating machines within 90 days or less. Who's getting your credit card there, guys? I certainly wasn't in a hurry to give it to number one. Number two, right? Exactly. So here's another one. I help entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs actually, transition to success with a healthy mindset. I help women entrepreneurs transition to success with a healthy mindset. Right? Mindset's really important. People need mindset, don't they? Yeah, they do. Every entrepreneur needs it. And you're like, okay, that's great. Or I help women dissolve the doubt and double their sales in record time. Boom. That's a powerful message. That's fantastic messaging. Are you starting to see the difference? I'll give you one more example, and then I'll share with you something about what my message is. So I help businesses with branding and creating a story that helps their customers connect with them more. Very good. Or I help entrepreneurs instantly stand out online with a powerful message and awesome branding. I mean, who do you want to have a conversation with, right? Number one is boring, and it's just about what their process is. And the other, you know, just to complete that messaging piece for you, and I hope you're getting some takeaways from this. I hope this is giving you some like ideas of how you could change around your messaging, because this can happen instantly. And this is another thing about success. And success doesn't have to be this thing that eventually comes. It can happen like that. And if you have a really great message and you share it in the right place, you could have 5, 10, even 12 more new clients instantly. I try to keep the numbers realistic. I know there's lots of coaches out there throwing around huge numbers, but I'll only ever share numbers with you where I've had that experience myself, okay? That's one thing about me. So I could go around saying, hey, listen, I can help you become a confident public speaker, help you get on stage. Right? Great. Or I could say, I'll help you double your income and triple your time off and help you create a globe-trotting lifestyle from speaking in 6 months or less. Now, I don't know about you, but like, yeah, sure, I can help you become confident at speaking, but that's boring. And you can't be boring. You can't be boring out there, guys. We've got to be, we've got to really lead with what the most powerful things our clients want to hear of us. And that awesome audience that's out there waiting for you, they will be attracted to that message. And if they're attracted to that message, you're going to make more money. And if you're making more money, you're going to have a better lifestyle. And if you're having a better lifestyle, you're going to be happier about everything, right? Hands up who wants that. Let me know in the comments if this is speaking to you, right? So think to yourself right now, if you're not sure of your message, and the way to know is that you're lying in bed thinking about it at night, you're constantly going over it, you're constantly updating it, you spend way too much time thinking about it, then there's something wrong. You know there's something wrong, time to fix it. So what you're really looking for is a statement that makes people go, oh, wow, can you help me with that? Or, if you're asking to speak at an event like this, for example, you want to get booked quicker, and you want a community to say, wow, we really need to hear that message. Or how do you do that? Or better, and it's happened to me, you're hired. Hands up who wants to hear those 2 words just from sharing their message. And guys, this works all across your marketing, right? Whether you're doing a Facebook Live, a post, anywhere, your messaging is going to be weaved through all of it. So it works across the board. You simply can't be a successful, profitable entrepreneur out there right now if you don't have some fantastic and really powerful messaging. It just doesn't work. It's going to be harder. And who the hell wants harder? I certainly didn't get into business for things to be harder. I got into business because I wanted things to be easier. And I'm sure that you did that as well. And having really powerful messaging really helps that. So for you right now, what is one outcome that you know will attract your audience? Now, when I say outcome, I mean quantifiable, I mean verifiable, and I mean specific. Result your clients want right now, not someday, right? So what is that for you? What is an outcome? It has to be, you have to be able to measure it, right? So a client could come to me, actually had a client come to me, and she was making 10,000 every 6 months. She had this really cool method and strategy for filling events. And I was like, wow, that's really cool. And she goes, yeah, and I'm making like 10,000 every event, but I'm only able to do 1 event every 6 months. And I was like, well, that's not going to work. And she was like, no. So we turned her whole business model on its head and like literally 10x'd her income, created some really powerful messaging around it, and her business literally skyrocketed. She's just announced, actually, she's a 7-figure business owner. Absolutely incredible what the right messaging can do for your business. How would your life change if that happened? Or maybe your messaging is down, right? And if you've got your messaging down, then you want to really start thinking about speaking, right? Now, when I share about speaking, people are always just like, well, yeah, Moira, that sounds really great, but like, how does it all work? So let me share with you how speaking actually works. And like, I'll walk you through some of the different frameworks of speaking. Forgot my word there. Now, if I had my slides, then it would all be here. But then, you know, I guess you wouldn't have to look at me like doing all this. But I hope you're finding this engaging. I can't see your names, but I just want to thank you for staying with me. If you are still with me. And if you ever want to ask me any questions about this, I'm easily found, and I'm sure the amazing event organizers here will get your question to me. So this is where I'm going to share with you what are the different ways that you can use speaking, and I'm going to really drill down into one of these, okay? So I'm going to go quickly through them, and then I'm going to drill down into one, and this is the one that I use and the one that I train my clients to use the most. But the truth is there's many ways to use speaking. It's not just one way. Now, when you think of speakers and you think of speaking, you're like, keynote speaking, right? That's the most obvious one. And that's probably most people's dream. They want to get on stage in front of a big audience and deliver a keynote speech one day and get paid thousands for it, right? I know you have that dream. I know you have that dream. And it's absolutely possible, of course. And the method I'm going to share with you will show you how you can get there faster as well. So stay tuned. There's also paid stages where you can pay for an opportunity to speak, which would be a marketing investment, right? So I've paid as much as 15,000 to get on stage. I've paid as little as, 1,000 to get on stage, depending on what the package is. And this is where somebody else puts all the marketing energy and time into pulling the audience together. It's your audience and you just show up and speak, but you pay a marketing fee to get to speak and make an offer to that audience. Now, I don't advise that, you throw big money at these events until you've had some experience with speaking, you have a great offer, your messaging is working, you've got it all dialed in, then I would do that. I'd be very cautious of doing it if you haven't got all those things dialed in, because I speak to entrepreneurs all the time, and many of them have spent anything from 3,000 to 5,000, sometimes even more, to get on stage, because it's a dream, right? And they think they get on stage and the clients are going to just start running, but they didn't really understand what was going on, and only afterwards they look and they're like, oh my god, I shouldn't have done that, And you know what? I don't ever think it's a mistake that you do that. And I'm going to share with you some mistakes that you can make when speaking that can save you a lot of money. I don't necessarily think it's a mistake. I think making mistakes is really important. It just would be better if you didn't actually put all of your marketing into that mistake, right? Because hands up, who knows that there's lots of places we could put our marketing budget. Okay, so there's paid stages, then there's shared stages where you would do an event with somebody, or there's panel stages. This is another great way. So you can be on a panel with like different types of speakers that maybe have a bigger authority or they have a higher profile, and then you can share that authority with them. So that creates authority for you. So then you want to monetize that authority then, right? So if you speak with somebody who's famous, for example, I got to speak with Les Brown. That's a photo of us right there. About 2 or 3 years ago, and I wasn't really known in the speaker. I wasn't that known in the speaker circuit at that time. But that really raised my profile, and it also meant that I got to meet him, which was awesome. This is a photo of him giving me his business card. He did not give me his credit card. He gave me his business card after the event. It was such an amazing experience. But it's great for your profile, great for your authority. Spoken on stages with many other people, but that's one way of like thinking about panel stages. And then your own stages, right? You can create your own stage anytime. I don't advise this because putting people in an event is one of the hardest things to do. It takes an awful lot of time, an awful lot of energy. You need to have a list. You need to really understand what you're doing. You need time, all of these things. Or you could just go live, which is another form of a stage. But all of those together, every one of those ways of using speaking that I just shared with you. There's one that I didn't mention, and for me, this is the most powerful method of using speaking, and it's probably one of the most overlooked. And this is how I was able to take my business from being 10K in debt to multiple six figures in less than 2 years. This is how I've been able to maintain high multiple six revenue, and how I'm going to build my business to 7 figures in the next 12 months as well. And I call it the free stages method. So it's free stages, free opportunities to speak, access audiences all over the world, all over the virtual world, all over the world. And I have used this method so many times. It is the most profitable rinse and repeat method that I've ever experienced. And I'm going to share with you now how it works for you and for your business. So basically what this means is that you're invited to speak. You're not getting paid a fee to speak, but you're allowed to make some sort of free offer when you speak so that you can gather leads that you can later turn into clients, right? So you're invited to speak, you're not getting paid. Now, the reason I think that most entrepreneurs are not using this strategy, or even most entrepreneurs are not speaking, is because they're simply not asking, right? They're not asking for the opportunities. And these opportunities, with this free gigs method that I just shared with you right now, they're literally everywhere, all over the world, right? And I've spoken all over the world, so I can vouch for this 100%. But I think one of the biggest problem is with entrepreneurs is that, often they're just not asking for them. I was in, that time I was saying about speaking on stage with Les Brown, the day before that, when I was speaking on stage, it was about 2 hours away from when I was going to be called on stage, and I realized I'd forgotten my shoes. And if there's any women here, we love to wear our high heels on stage, right? Where are my people? Red bottoms preferably, right? And I forgot my shoes. I was like, oh no, I forgot my shoes. So I ran outside, got my phone out, called an Uber. Everybody knows Uber, right? Great service. So call the Uber, and I'm like, oh gosh, I gotta get back to the hotel. Okay, let's go. So I'm standing outside the hotel, Midtown Manhattan, middle of the day. Next thing, this car pulls up, and it's this really beat out Honda. And I mean, it was almost like rickety. I was just like, oh, okay. I was kind of thinking, how are you even allowed to provide a service in this car? And I was just like, I don't have time for this. I've got to get my shoes. So I jumped in the car, and the Uber driver, drivers, he was so friendly. He was, where are you from? What are you doing in New York? All this, he was chatting away, and I was a little bit anxious, and I chatted with him, and I was like, he's a nice guy, he's very friendly. But also I was kind of sitting there, kind of looking around. I mean, it wasn't dirty, it was just really beat out, let's put it like that. So anyway, I get to the destination, and I go to get out of the car, and I'm like, thank you so much. Bye. And he goes, excuse me, ma'am. I said, yeah. He goes, can you give me a 5-star rating? I was like, what? He goes, can you give me a 5-star rating? And I'm thinking, this wasn't a 5-star car. And I was like, why? Why do you want a 5-star rating? And he goes, well, did I not take you where you wanted to go? I was like, yeah. And he goes, I want to boost my score. I was like, okay. So get out of the car. I gave the guy a 5-star rating. Why did I do that? Right? Why did I do that? I did it. You guessed it. I know you're guessing it right now. I did it because he asked for it. And not only did he ask for it, but he asked for it in a way that he expected me to say yes. And he wasn't a 5-star service. It wasn't a 5-star car, but he got the 5-star rating. This guy was like one of the highest rating Uber drivers in Manhattan in a beat out Honda, right? You see, I think that most entrepreneurs, especially when you start out in business, and if you're in business a while, you don't want to ask. You struggle with asking. And the truth is, there's a risk in asking, isn't there? There's a risk that you're going to be rejected. There's a risk that you're going to say no. When you ask somebody to work with you, they might not say yes, right? But business is rejection. Who are my people? Right? Do you know that business is a lot about rejection, being in business a while, right? Of course, it's a lot. But there's a bigger risk. I think the bigger risk is when you're not asking that for what you want, for the opportunities that you want, for the speaking gigs that you want, for the clients that you want. There's a risk that your business will fail. That's the bigger risk. I took a risk. I left my job. I was a youth worker living in London, making 30,000 a year, right? Moved back to Ireland in the middle of a recession, started from zero. I started asking everyone, what did they need help with? And then I started asking everywhere I could, where could I speak? And my business literally went from being 10K in debt at that time to making more money a month than I used to make in my full-time job. And I'm going to share this with you now. I think that there are opportunities for you to speak everywhere right now. And the reason you're not getting booked for them is because you're not asking for them, right? And I can tell you that if an Uber driver can master asking for speaking for what he needs, you can master asking for what you need. Are you with me, right? And in business, we're often asking for the same thing. So it gives us a chance to get good at asking. How amazing would it be if you got really good at asking for the one thing that was going to bring the clients that you wanted and bring you all the money that you wanted, right? You wouldn't recognize your business. You would have more money. You would have more clients. You would invest in yourself more. You would invest in your team more. You would scale your business, all of that good stuff, right? But I believe that all of that is literally on the other side of asking. And when it comes to speaking gigs, there are speaking gigs all over you right now, everywhere you are in the world. And I don't care if you are in New York or if you are in Copenhagen, they are everywhere. And if you're not asking for them, you're not going to get them. So if you want to speak, then the key to getting booked as a speaker is to simply start asking for the opportunities to speak. Now, the problem that goes along with this is that often, you don't know where to ask. You don't know how to ask. You're waiting to be asked, right? Which is the worst one. What a waste of time that is. And believe me, I have been there. I've been there going to events thinking that one day they'll ask me to speak, and they never did. And then I woke up and I say, I see you inviting speakers here all the time. Do you think I'll ever get an opportunity to speak? They were like, yes, Moira, but we didn't know you wanted an opportunity to speak. And I was like, oh my God, I wasted months on this, right? And then I ended up enrolling 5 clients from that event. So that meant that and for me, I realized at that time, I was like, there's events like this everywhere, and I'm not asking for them. Uber driver, right? So I think that there's literally 5 pathways for finding and booking stages, whether they're virtual stages or live stages, right now, right under your nose. And I'm going to name some of them for you to make this easier for you, because probably your next 3 to 5 speaking gigs are going to come from influential people, which is number one. People who are in the know, the people who organize this event. In fact, you know, if the smart ones will be asking for an opportunity to speak at this event the next time they can. Influential people, we all have them, and you have them all over the world now. You don't even have to go to them. You're meeting people all over the world, right? Everybody knows of an opportunity to speak, or they know of an event that they've been at that had speakers, and that's all you're really looking for. But when you ask an influential person, you're more likely to find out about things you don't know about, and also to get an introduction. And then it's easier to get booked, right? That's when you really don't need the profile. Second one is networking, right? If you go to a networking event and there's like 20, 30 people, which there tends to be, it tends to be like about 20, 30 people at networking events. In my experience, that means everyone there knows of at least one event. So that's 20 to 30 leads right there. Right? Any networking event I go to, I'm always asking people that question. And then there's a big obvious one like Google, right? Doing search terms like call for speakers and looking at events or in your local area. And then number 4 is use the stage to get the next stage. You see, sometimes entrepreneurs or sometimes business owners, they think they need to book loads of stages. But actually, if you use each stage to get the next stage, and what I mean by that, use the stage, ask the audience for leads for other speaking engagements, ask the host to invite you to another speaking, to another event host. So you can use the stage to get the next stage. The next one is you want to make sure that you are signed up to all sorts of industry newsletters and mailing lists. That's one of the, like, that means that opportunities are literally coming into your inbox every single month if you're smart. So I would love for you right now to write down at least 5 places you know you could speak. I wish I could communicate with you guys right now to see some of the ideas that you're sharing. But if you're watching on YouTube or wherever you're watching, start putting some of this into the chat box or into your comment section so that you get the ideas, and share your ideas with people, right? This is where everybody gets ideas from each other. So share some ideas of where you think you could find a possibility to speak. And let me know, is this giving you ideas, right? Because right now I've showed you that. I've talked to you about how it works. I've talked to you about your audience. Talked to you about messaging, and now we're going to talk about the money. And then I'm going to end with how you tie all of this together and live a globe-trotting lifestyle of freedom. Because what I want you guys to understand before I get into that last piece is, you know, influential people live all over the world, right? So if you spoke to an influential person in Dublin and they told you of an event on the ground in Dublin, right? But you met them at an event virtually in, let's say, in, I don't know, maybe a conference like this, right? And they're able to connect you with an event in Dublin. That means now you're going to go and travel to Dublin. And if you're like me, you will set yourself up to stay in Dublin. Not that I would do that. Well, I would do that. Dublin's like 5 hours drive away from me, by the way. You could set yourself up to stay in Dublin for maybe like 2 months or something and be able to enjoy the city and look for other possibilities to speak around Ireland if you do that, right? This is how I was able to create a globe-trotting lifestyle. And I'm just going to finish on that now that I said it. Like this opportunity when I spoke in New York way back when, like I knew I wanted to go to New York. So being specific with where you want to speak, this is key. Right? So everybody right now, write down one place you want to speak. And, you know, even if it's like non-English speaking countries, I guarantee you, if you give me a country, I would find you an opportunity to speak in it. I'm that good at this these days, but it doesn't matter because there are expat groups and there are nomads, coaches, all sorts of events, no matter whether it's an English speaking country or not. So just to make this easy and simple for you. So I first started out that I wanted to go to New York. It was a dream of mine, actually. And worked in a bar there in 1999. I loved it. But so I wanted to go to New York. So then I had the city. I was just like, well, let me go start looking at what's going on in New York. And then as I was looking, I found that this event was taking place. And I was just like, oh my God, there are my people. My message would be perfect for that. I get in touch with them, I negotiate with them, I get it booked. So now I have an event booked in New York. I was like, interesting. I've always wanted to do an international retreat for my clients. Huh, okay. So I went to my clients that I had at the time, and I made them a new offer that involved an international retreat to New York. I basically created something like 170 revenue in a week just from doing that. So now I'm going to have an event with my clients. I have the speaking gig. I'm like, what else can I create? And then I ended up finding all these smaller, more local, on the ground groups, not all huge events. While I was in New York, I ended up staying there for 2 months, right? Earlier this year, everything's closed down. I was just like, I can't stay in Donegal. I want to go somewhere else. I want to, feel like, at least like have sunshine. So I rented a villa in Bali. I filled my calendar with virtual speaking gigs, and I went and I lived in Bali for 6 months, and I did all of my speaking virtually, right? And I could talk to you about ways that I've done this all over the world. But for me, it starts with the dream. Where is it that you want to see? Where do you see yourself? Where do you want to go? Don't be vague about this. Don't say the world or a stage. Be clear about it. And then you know how the universe works, right? The more clear we are, the more chances we are of getting that opportunity. So dream about wherever it is, right? Then decide that you're going to do it. When you make a decision that you're going to do it, everything changes. Then you start taking action towards it. When I decided I really wanted to do this in New York, I started putting my energy into finding out about how I could do it in New York. And then literally less than 6 months later, it was happening, right? So decide that you're really going to do this. Where is it that you want to live for a while? Do you want to do this virtually? Do you want to do it live? It's up to you, right? The marketing world is free, not necessarily free, but there is a lot of free marketing opportunities, like I'm talking about them, but it's so vast. There's so many possibilities. So you dream, you decide, and then you reside. So whether you want to stay there for 2 or 3 months, maybe you got visa things going on, so it might be a 90-day thing, or, you just go there for, the time that you're doing the event, and you just have a paid vacation. That's how I've been able to travel the world, being a globe-trotting speaker over the last few years. And, I do a monthly challenge called the Speak More, Make More Challenge. We're actually on day 1 of it today. And I actually walk people through that entire formula, giving them examples of how I did it. But in a nutshell, I've just been able to give it to you right here, right now, as part of this presentation. So I would love to know if you're getting any ideas about where you could speak and where you could travel to, where you could live in. Because guys, as entrepreneurs, we have the freedom to do that, right? Like, we shouldn't just be stuck in our offices, just working on our laptops all the time. We want to get out and see the world. And yes, I know that the world is not perfect right now, for sure. Please don't think I'm ignoring that. But we can still move around. I believe that, some countries are moving freely already. So I hope that's given you lots of ideas. Now, we've got about 9 minutes left. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk you through how you can make money from speaking using the free gigs method. And, if I had my slides, I'd be able to show you this in a chart, but I'm just going to walk you through this to make it really, really simple, right? So how do you actually use the free gigs method in order to create revenue? So basically, most events you go to these days, they have at least 30 people in them. Here's an example, right? So you find an event, local, could be a networking group, could be a women's group, could be a book club, could be a chamber, loads of ideas around that. You find a possibility, 30 people there. You think to yourself, like, what can I offer these people? For most entrepreneurs, the simplest thing to offer is some sort of, free session with you, where you can do a deeper dive into whether you're right to work together, right? I'm sure everybody agrees with me there. So you offer that, and let's say out of the 30 people, you get, let's say you get 30% of the room interested, which would be about 7 people interested in having a conversation with you. So now you've just got 7 leads. What I love about the types of leads that you get from speaking is when people hear your story and they know who you are and they know where you've come from, then they're more likely to want to have a conversation with you faster than seeing all of your posts and stuff like that. It takes longer online, basically, is what I'm saying to that. So let's say you've got 7 new leads, and out of the 7, you get a 20% conversion. And I'm saying 20% because I really do think 20% is possible. Do I think 40, 50, 60% is possible? Absolutely. But a conversion of 20% is more than possible. And let's say that you have a package or a service that is $10,000, right? I think most entrepreneurs would have something like that, or whatever your figure is, plug that in. So now you find a free opportunity to speak, probably took you about 30 minutes to an hour to deliver. You had few conversations, and now you've enrolled 2 clients, so you've created 20,000 in revenue. If you want to add an additional 6 figures to your bottom line, wherever it is right now, you do that 5 times. 5 times. And you do that same thing 5 times. You could do that every week for the next 5 weeks. I had to travel the world doing that. We didn't have all of these like virtual opportunities, but you can do this right now, like literally speaking somewhere different every week. How amazing would your business be if you would be able to do that? And that's how you do this. So you just change around those numbers. It's the same thing, you know. And I had a client recently who'd never spoken before. We found her an opportunity to speak at her chamber, her local chamber. We found her the opportunity to speak, crafted a really powerful message, pulled together a signature talk. She went there to her local to her local chamber, and she closed 15,000 in revenue. She had never spoken before. She didn't have a big profile. She didn't have thousands of followers. In fact, she'd only made 7,000 in the entire 6 months of her business, her marketing business before that. And here she was, one opportunity, 15,000 in revenue. In the 6 months that followed, she basically took her business that was making 7,000 every 6 months and started making 40,000 every 6 months. Who would like those types of results? And she used that method. Now, she said to me, she was just like, Maura, does this mean that, all I have to do is, do this like 8 times? And I'm like, yes. And for her, she just wanted to stay at home. She didn't want to travel, but she could easily have found chambers all over the world and done that as well, right? There is no limits to what you can do here. So listen, guys, I hope that this has been of value to you. I just want to walk you through what I've shared with you so far. And then I've got a really cool gift for you. Do you remember I said earlier, I'd love to make sure that you don't make any mistakes when you speak. And I think if you know what the most costly mistakes are when you get on stage, you can really, really avoid them. And if you can avoid them, you'll have more money and you will have more clients. And I think all of us want more money and more clients, and we want to have more impact in our business. So if I share with you my resource called The 7 Biggest Mistakes That Speakers Make That Cost Them a Fortune, I think it would really help you and serve you, even if you're already speaking right now, even if you haven't spoken, and even if you're speaking right now, this is going to really help you. So I want to share with you, I'm going to put it in the comments, and I believe that our Bart is going to help me with that. And, I just want to walk you through again, right? So this starts with you having your awesome audience, right? You have to know where these people are. And once you know where the people are, then you're going to be able to find opportunities to speak in front of them, right? And then once you know what where they are, then you have a powerful message that's going to attract the awesome audience to what you have to offer, right? And then from there, you're going to keep finding awesome opportunities to speak everywhere you go, right? You're going to find these awesome opportunities, asking those influential people in your network, using networking, all of that good stuff. And then you're going to make free offers every time you speak. So you can make as much as 20,000, 30,000 every time you speak. And if you think about that, I mean, where, in your business, or where, I thought I lost you there for a second. Where in your business would you be able to create those types of results, right? It would take you a while to be able to build up your profile in order to create those number of results. So I hope this has been of value. We're going to share a really cool resource to really help you with this. My name is Maura Gallagher. I have loved spending this time with you, and I will speak to you all on the other side. And of course, if you want to connect with me, I have been hosting a challenge every single month. You'd be more than welcome to join that challenge. So I thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Hi, Maura. Thank you so much. Despite not having your slides, you did a great job presenting. And
I did.
Really
what? I was. If I looked like I was freaking out there, I was, because I can't see. I couldn't see you, and I was just like, oh my god, where did the window go? Did I lose them completely?
No. We saw you all, and it was great. And so I love the fact you're talking about.
You're very generous. Thank you.
you're very generous with your time for presenting. Again, please send us whatever you want us to share. Again, thank you for talking about kind of finding your tribe. Again, one of the best things you mentioned was just asking for the opportunities, because I know I'm in a couple of different associations and we're always looking for speakers. And so always talking about, hey, do you need a speaker? I mean, you can talk to someone, what associations do you belong to? Do you know if they need speakers? That's such, valuable information. It's just how to become a 5-star Uber. So again, thank you so much.
You're so welcome, Bar. I hope it's a really great success. And yeah, I look forward to connecting with anybody who wants to connect with me. And I'll send you the link for the free resource. It's really amazing.
Awesome. We'll try and share that on our social as well.
All right. Thank you.
You have a great day.
You too. Bye, everyone. Lots of love.
Bye. Again, thanks to Moira, and thanks to Page One Power for sponsoring us. We're so thankful to have everyone here. We'll be sharing that information that Moira would like to present. Again, we have our next speaker, David Sussin, coming up in about 10 minutes. So again, grab something to drink, and then meet back here in the Brazos room to hear David speak. Again, we're thankful for having you. Hope you have a great day. Hello and welcome back to State of Search Day 1 in the Brazos room. Right next, we'll have David Sussin. He'll be talking about how to leading to attract, retain, motivate, inspire employees to achieve peak performance. He is from the ProAlliance Group, and we're so happy to have him. And, again, thank you to Page One Power for sponsoring, and feel free to either ask your questions in YouTube or within Eventi, as David will be on the presentation at the end, and he'll be ready to answer your questions that you ask. All right, here we go.
In the company leading a marketing division. And guess what happens? She's managing a team of people of all ages. You about leading to attract, retain, motivate, and inspire your employees or even contractors. You know, our story begins once upon a time with Marilyn. Marilyn was 21 years old. She was working in retail. At 22, she got promoted to a manager. She was managing a team of about 10 different individuals from all ages, from 30 on up to basically retirement. She had single parents, she had moms, she had dads, all ages. So she comes in as this young manager, and before you know it, the store she's working in has #1 sales in that store. And so the regional managers come in and they say, I don't know what you're doing, but we need your help at another store. And they move her to another department store. And all of a sudden, that store sales become #1. So they move her to another store and those sales become #1. And all of a sudden, it happens again. And I knew her, and I'm talking to Marilyn about this. And I said, how are you doing this? How is it you're coming in as this young manager and you're managing people of all ages and you really had no experience, but you are having phenomenal success? They're engaged, they're motivated, and people from in the other areas of the store want to work for you. And she says, I don't know, but I just treat them well. I said, oh, come on. There's got to be more to it than that. She says, no, I treat them well. And I thought, okay, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense. So Marilyn goes on a number of years later, she's now 28, and she's a manager in a Fortune 500 company. She's one of the youngest managers in the company, leading a marketing division. And guess what happens? She's managing a team of people of all ages. And again, performance grows to the top. And everyone wants to work for Marilyn. And I said, okay, Marilyn, what are you doing? And she starts telling me, she goes, I just treat people like people. I said, what? I said, I've taken management and leadership classes. I work for a Fortune 500 company. I go, that's not how they treat me. She said, they're people, Dave. I just treat them with respect. She said, for example, I have a mom, her child was sick. I said, what are you still doing here? Go home, take care of your child. I go, no, wait. What about backfilling the position? She goes, we'll figure it out. I go, but aren't you afraid that they will take advantage of you? She says, no. And they never did. So I get promoted to be a manager a couple years later. And I think of all the managers I had had since I graduated college. And I thought, all right, I read the books. I know what other managers did, but I wasn't happy. And all this time, I'm like, man, I wish I could work for Marilyn. So I said to myself, okay, now that I'm a manager, you know what? Instead of doing what I had seen, instead of doing what I read, I'm going to do what Marilyn did. So I interviewed Marilyn. I started digging in. It was contrary to everything. So I'm a young manager, 28 years old, and all of a sudden, my performance goes to the top. And I become #1 ranked in the United States for my team. Now, this isn't just me. As I got older, I started studying other leaders and what they did. One of my favorites is Mike Abrashoff. He was the commander of a battleship. They were the worst performing in the history of the Navy. And in 18 months, he turns it around using the same principles Marilyn used to be the top performing battleship ever in the history of the Navy. And then there's Carl. Carl was someone I had interviewed once. Phenomenal success. Again, Fortune 500 companies, managing significant teams, and he had stellar performance. Everyone wanted to work for Carl. His team was engaged. They were motivated. They were excited. So I interviewed him. I go, what do you do? How do you do it? And he said, I just treat people right. I recognize them. I value them. And I go, but that's not normal. He goes, no, it isn't. In fact, I was asked to present to the executives at my company, billion-dollar company. And he said, all I did was explain how I value them. I send them birthday cards. I praise them. I praise them in front of their spouse. I thank their spouse for their service. And he said, I presented this to the executives and it went right over their head. They're like, yeah, we don't do that here. Yeah, we don't send holiday cards. We don't send birthday cards. We don't wish them. We don't do that here. And I just said to Carl, I go, well, how's that working out for the rest of the managers? He goes, miserable, 100% turnover every year. I go, what about you? He goes, no, everyone's dying to come work for me. And then he had his success. And then there's Quinn. Quinn is a client of mine. Quinn went on to work at a Fortune 500 company not too long prior to this call here. And in a very short amount of time, she sent me these text messages. One of them says, I just learned today that 3 people working in the company, not on my team, have independently approached team members of my team, and they want to say, what do we need to do to join your team? In a follow-up Bosses Day, they sent cards. They sent thank you for being a manager. Bestest boss ever of all time in 27 years, working in corporate America. A great leader. So easy to work for and better than ever before. Excited for the future with you leading. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what we want. What we want is employees who want to follow us into battle. We want employees who praise us to their friends, the family, and outside of us. It's people who want to be engaged. They're excited to be there and they're willing to put their efforts out. But to do it, ladies and gentlemen, they had to be different. I had to be different, and all these folks I talked about had to be different. They're not like every other manager. See, what I learned and what I experienced was most managers, they believe their job is to keep an eye on you and hold you under their thumb. They're there to make sure through command and control, you do as you're told. That if you don't do it, it's a slap on the wrist. Or if you don't do it, we threaten you with performance plans. Or if you're a vendor, 1099 employee, right, that we fire you. A contractor, well, you're just a contractor, we don't work with you. But what these people did differently is they value their people in a different way. They don't treat them that way. It's totally different. So I was so curious about this, ladies and gentlemen. Over the years, I decided, okay, I need to do some analysis. By background, I'm a techie. Okay. So by background, I'm like, okay, I need to understand this. I need to say, is this just a fluke or is this other businesses, other companies, other organizations? And what I found is it works everywhere. I've seen it in every industry. I've seen it with every type of worker, whether it's anywhere from a blue collar contractor, all the way up to executives. I've seen it if they're an employee that works for you or they're a W-2. I've seen it whether they're virtual or remote. In fact, Quinn's employees are all remote. Everything's done virtually. She doesn't even work with them in person. And I've seen it done with vendors and partners. And I personally have done it using contractors I've hired, virtual assistants, people in other countries I've hired, and I've used the same approach to be able to get the most out of people I work with. So they want to work with me, they want to give, and they want to tell others to come work with me. So I had a really interesting background. I had the opportunity to be able to interview thousands of employees, top performers. In fact, even trying to recruit them. And I would call up and I would try to recruit someone away from a job, and someone would say, yeah, you know what? I'd quit in a heartbeat. You got a better opportunity for me? I'm out of here. And the number one reason people gave me for quitting their job They hated their boss. In fact, one guy I called on a Monday and he says to me, you know, Dave, he goes, if you called me last week, I would have said no, but you called me today. He goes, I'm ready to quit. I said, why? He says, Friday, I went to my boss in the afternoon and said, hey, can I leave early? My dad was just admitted in the hospital. And he says, his boss goes, I guess. I come back on Monday morning. Did he ask about me? Did he ask about my dad? No. Where's that project? And he treats me like I'm a widget, a robot, a machine, not a person. And he's ready to quit. Now, the fascinating thing is I would call people and say, hey, I have an opportunity for you. It'll pay 10% more, 20%, 30% more. Free food, free breakfast, free this, free gym, free. We're going to give you all this free stuff that everyone's talking about in the industry today, that's what they think it takes to attract. And they would say no. I said, why not? Why would I love my boss? I go, I'm sorry, one more time. I love my boss. What do you mean I love my boss? I love my boss. Why would I quit? He supports me. She supports me. They help me. They train me. They coach me. They mentor me. They help me grow. We're a team. We work as a team. Why would I quit? Why would I go somewhere else? I interviewed this one guy. He was making really good income. I said, how is your job? How's your income? And he says, it's good. He goes, I know if I quit, if I left, I could bump my salary by about 30%. I said, why wouldn't you? Love my boss. Lets me do what I want to do to grow. He leverages my strengths and he sees the strengths in me. Now, leadership is tough. And I'm not going to say this is not hard. I've been there. And there's all sorts of challenges, right? Sometimes we feel like we're babysitting. Some people do. Sometimes you have to manage people that are younger, sometimes older, sometimes ready to hire, ready to retire. Sometimes they're right out of school. Sometimes they're creative. They need more flexibility. Sometimes they need more rigidity. Maybe they need more rules, right? But we have so many different challenges. But what I found is when I interview leaders across the country and they start complaining about their job and the challenges they have, the one commonality is they're always pointing the finger at the employee. And the difference between Quinn and Carl and Marilyn and the others, they don't. They take ownership and responsibility and they say, what can I do? Because they recognize the fact that they cannot turn a dog into a cat. And what do I mean by that? It means you have a dog and you wish that dog, you wouldn't have to feed it. It would feed itself. You wish you wouldn't have to pick up the dog doo-doo. You wish it would just go in the box. And you're like, well, then get a cat. Or it's the person who gets the cat and goes, well, I wish it would go fetch the Frisbee. I wish the cat would go on the leash with me. I wish the cat could go hunting with me. I wish then get a dog, but don't try to turn a cat into a dog. And this is what we do with humans, people. We hire someone because we see beauty, something in them, a skill, a talent. But then sometimes we put them in the wrong roles. We have them doing the wrong things because we want them to do all things to all people. My favorite example is, you imagine you hire a quarterback and you say, yeah, but I think I want you to be the wide receiver. Yeah, but that's not what I'm good at. Yeah, but I need you to be flexible. And then they fail. Well, yeah, they're a quarterback. But we do that with employees, and I see it all the time. One of the problems is how we learned leadership. I never really had good training. I'll tell you about a relative of mine. A relative of mine started at a young company, running content, running marketing, running graphic design. He was a one-man show. He did it all. Built the website, did the SEO, did everything. Phenomenal graphic artist. The company continued to grow. State to state to state. He added employees, more employees, more employees. They went global. They have Fortune 500 clients all over the world. My relative is now managing 16 employees, and he is stressed out of his gourd. He's never had training. He's winging it. And the way he's learned is by the way he's been managed or intuitively, but it's not effective. He finds it difficult to manage different personalities. Some people who are very independent. People tell me all the time when I say, how'd you learn leadership? Oh, I read a book. Well, I took a course. Well, the reality is one book, one course doesn't do it, ladies and gentlemen. There's so much complexity. Why? Because they're human. We're managing people, not robots, not machines, and that what makes it tough. But what's fascinating to me is in leadership, we don't copy best practices. We wing it. But what do they do in sports? In sports, they copy the best and they say, here's how they do it. If you're a quarterback, it's the three-step approach, back, 3 steps back. It's stepping into the pocket. It's learning how to do that. If you're swimming, it's learning how to swim flat. If it's hitting the ball, whatever it is, it's using your strength, your body. If it's cycling, it's all about drafting. If you're a runner, it's about your start, etc. If it's golf, it's how do you create power? How do you create consistency, right? There's all these things. And what we do is we look at what the best do and we go, let's copy it and make it better. Copy and make it better. But in leadership, what I found is we don't do that. We wing it. We don't follow the best. So why not follow what Marilyn and Carl and everyone else does? So it starts by understanding what our real job is. And our real job is to orchestrate success through others. That's really what it is. I mean, if you think about it, as a leader, if you're leading, whether you're leading a virtual team, you're leading a real team, or you're leading contractors, subcontractors, 1099 folks, right? Partners, vendors. It's how do we quarterback? How do we be the orchestrator? And that's the challenge, is learning how to motivate. But to do this, it's going to be different. It's going to be different. So my question for you right now is this: how has your current method been working for you? Because if it's working, awesome. But my guess is if you're watching me right now, you're watching me because something isn't working. So my question is, would you be willing to try a different way that does work? Think about this way. If you do what you've always done, you're going to get what you've always gotten. Whereas Einstein says insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting results. So the first thing I'm going to challenge you right now, right here, is commit to trying something different. What the heck? You have nothing to lose. Because if what you're doing isn't working, let's try something new. And I think let's try a 180-degree approach from what you've done. What I do is I call it the MVP model. MVP, M stands for mindset, V is value them, P is push them up. Let me explain it to you. Mindset. The first one I've already said to you once before, people are people, they're not robots. We have to recognize that people are, for lack of a better word, different, bizarre, weird, interesting, curious, fun. They're all different. I'm analytical. Maybe you're not. Maybe you're creative. Maybe I'm not. So it's understanding how do we work with the nuances of people. They're not machines. One way doesn't work. You can't read one manual and replicate person to person to people. They're all different. And that's the first thing we have to recognize from a mindset. The second thing is we have to change how we understand the mindset of how we perceive leadership and how we perceive the employee and how we treat the employee. So let's look at the old mindset that you may be familiar with, or you've seen, or you've experienced. I'm paying you. I'm paying you. You're under my thumb. I'm paying you, and you're lucky to have a job. Have you ever felt this way, or maybe subconsciously even kind of thought this to an employee or someone you work with, or a vendor, or even a 1099? I don't have to pay you. I'll go find someone else. I shouldn't have to tell you what to do. I shouldn't have to train you. Yet, pro football players have coaches. Golfers have coaches. They're already on the team, and yet they have coaches to get even better. We don't sit there and say, nah, we hired you, but yeah, we're gonna. No, we try. We work to make them better. If they're willing and they're able, perfect. How about this? You ever had the old mindset or heard this? I'm not a babysitter. My way or the highway. Produce or else. Or my favorite, I have some MBOs. I've got some objectives. I got goals. I got bonus. And if you don't do your job better, I'm not getting. Okay, that's one way to manage. How about a new way to manage? We're lucky to have them helping us. We are lucky to have that vendor. We're lucky to have that 1099. We're lucky to have that W-2, that employee. We are lucky to have them, right? They're employees, not widgets. Let's inspire them to follow us into battle. They want to be there. Let's inspire them so they're willing to do anything for us because they want to, not because they have to. And the way I like to do this is think of them as a volunteer. And what do I mean by that? Well, imagine you ran a volunteer organization. So you have all these people that come here and they want to work for you and they're so excited to be there, but you treat them like doo-doo, they're going to quit. They're not going to volunteer. They'll go somewhere else. But because they're volunteers, how do we typically treat them? We thank them. We welcome them. We're excited to be there. We create a team. We create a unity, a mission greater than this. We look at their strengths as volunteers. We go, where can we put you? Oh, you're not as good here. Let's put you over here. Where are you? You're good here. And we move things around. But in the workplace, sometimes we don't do that. Why not? I want you to think if you couldn't fire an employee, how would you inspire them? Let's say you are stuck with them. How would you make the best of them? Right? Let's look at them. Like I said, we're working for the same goal. It's not just us versus them. It's not management versus the employees. It's all of us. And let's think of them as they want to be here. Employees want to. The majority do if we give them a place they can call home for 8 hours a day. Think of it this way. If you threaten them and they were volunteers, they'd quit, wouldn't they? But change is hard. Change is really hard. Go ahead and take a look at this for a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead and just look at this. I'm just going to be quiet for a moment. Look at it. Okay, what do you notice? Okay. G is missing. You saw that, right? Okay. Let me give you another example. This is fascinating. Watch this. Check this out. Okay. Can you guys see this? Watch this. Ah, what do you see? What do you see? Did you say a hole? Yeah, most people do. I want to go back to the alphabet for a moment. This is an example that came from a story of a parent whose young child was learning to write the alphabet. They wrote the entire alphabet, but they missed a letter. First time ever, they had written the alphabet. They were so proud. Mommy, 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 look, I wrote the alphabet. I wrote the alphabet. I'm so excited. Look, I wrote the alphabet. And mommy looks at it and goes, oh, yeah, but you missed the G. Now I got 25 right. Do we do that with employees? Do we find what's wrong? Do we focus on all the stuff we don't like about our employees, or do we focus on what's good with the employees? How about this? Yeah, there is a hole. That is right. But there's also a piece of paper here. Most people say hole. It's fascinating. And that's not wrong. There is a hole in the paper, but it is fascinating how we focus on the hole so many times in our employees. We focus on their holes. We focus on what's missing, what's not there, what they're not doing right versus what is there. I'm going to challenge you to start looking at your employees differently, but it's hard. And the reason is we have this thing called the reticular activating system. It's the portion of the brain that goes on high alert and it finds what we look for. What does that mean? If we look for bad in people, if we look for the problems, and we have that belief in people, that kind of, I'll call it a negative belief, that employees are just there to take advantage of you or that they're lazy. As soon as we start believing that, even about one person, maybe not all, but even one, we tend to see more of it. An example of this when you're looking for cars is you think, oh, I'm going to go buy that new car. And all of a sudden, have you noticed everyone in town is driving the same car? Oh, they have the car and they have the car and they have, that's the reticular activating system. This leads me to Shirley's axiom. You get what you look for. You get what you look for. Whatever you look for, you're going to find. So you might as well look for the good, because the more you look for the good, you're going to spot the good in your people. And what's fascinating is the more you find the good, you stop seeing so much bad. Now it's hard. It's hard. It's hard to start focusing on the paper when you got a hole right in the middle. It's hard. It's hard to focus on the 25 right when you miss one G. But that's what it takes. And that's what the best of the best do. So I'm going to give you a strategy to do this. One is what we call LBs and NTs. LBs, next time you have a problem or a challenge with one of your employees, partners, vendors, whatever, tell them what they did well so they continue to do what they are doing well. And then say, and next time, I'd like you to do this behavior. Next time, I'd like you to do this. The problem oftentimes is, and if you're a parent, you know this, don't do it that way. And a little kid goes, okay, but I don't know the right way to do it. And that's the problem. So what this approach does is it allows you to focus and puts it in your mind. You are always looking for what you're liking. What are they doing well? So you continue to encourage so they don't forget that's the stuff you like to see. If you don't tell them it's good, they may think it's not important and they stop doing it. I love how your report was early. I love how you got that content done early. I love the accuracy. I love boom, boom, boom. And next time, if you can add this piece, if you can do this, if you can, it would make it even better. It's good. It could be even better. But I'm happy. V stands for value them. What does that mean? Value them means value them as people, not widgets. They are people. Let's value our people. Think about this. Your employees spend more time with you doing your job, your company, your organization than they do with their family life. Think about that. From the time they wake up, they're getting ready, they're eating, they're driving, they're commuting, they're working, they're on calls, video calls, whatever it is, they're spending more time with you than family. Value them for that. Thank them for that. And then learn to treat them the way they want to be treated. Not the way you want to be treated, but the way they want to be treated. And everyone wants to be treated differently, right? Some people have different needs. Some people need a little more praise. Some people need more guidance. Some people want to be left alone. Some people want more challenging. Treat people individually different. And make sure you're thanking them for their service. Thank you for being here. I have a virtual assistant that I work with in another country, and I regularly thank him for his service. You're doing an awesome job. You're doing so well. And he beams and he does more for me. He goes above and beyond. He will always go above and beyond. So value them. Learn to communicate the way they will hear you. And what do I mean by that? If you haven't done personality work, and I'm happy to help you if you ever need help, there's DISC, there's Myers-Briggs, there's Merchant Eggs, there's all these different personality profiles, but really understand who people are and the best way to communicate with them, whether they're a driver, a relator, a thinker, a socializer. How do I need to communicate with them so they hear me? We can't treat them all the same, right? They're not robots. And then value them by learning about their goals. What do they like? What are their desires? What are their interests? Learn about their family, learn about their hobbies, get to know them as people. Get to know who they are so you make a connection. Again, people. This is the hardest part about managing. It's people. People are weird. We're all weird. We're not robots. We have our complexities based on birth order, based on our family life, right? My dad died when I was 12 years old. That impacted me. I was the youngest of three. That impacted me. I was the fat, shy kid growing up. That impacted me. All of these things impacted my life somehow. Every decision I made or that was made for me at a young age impacted my life. You don't know that story behind me. So maybe I have weird nuances in my life because of that. As Oprah says, it's not what's wrong with you, it's what happened. It's like understand who they are as people, right? And we can learn to value them more. Know what makes them tick. Know what they care about, right? Public recognition, money, time off. What do they care about? Get to know so you can start to reward them and find ways to reward them, right? I had a friend of mine, he worked for a Fortune 500 company, and He would reward his employees with a brand new pair of socks. I gave away t-shirts. People would cry. You give them a t-shirt, they would cry. It was a big deal. You make it. Some people, you get a little trophy. It's a traveling trophy. And every week or every month, it goes around to someone for something they've done. And it's crazy how much people they'll cry for a pair of socks. They're so excited. So find what motivates people and make sure you're taking time to reward them, and find opportunity to reward them, not punish. Well, you didn't deserve it, so I'm not giving you a reward. No, little rewards, because that's going to encourage more behavior that you want. Okay. And like Carl used to do, and I used to do, Marilyn used to do, Quinn does, right? All these people, they're people. Be human, be a good person. Thank them for their anniversary of service working for you. Wish them a happy birthday. Get to know when their anniversary of their hire date, anniversary of a wedding, right? I love what Carl did. Carl would thank the significant others. It was so funny. He'd thank the significant others, and the significant others of his employees would go, "He's awesome. You better never quit, and you better work harder." And these employees were like, "Oh, yes, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am," whoever their spouse was, because of the way they were treated. Very unique, very different. I told you it's 180 degrees. Now, what's the risk of doing this? Well, you might have to fire them. You might have to reprimand them. It's not PC, right? Politically correct. I had this problem. I had an employee. He wasn't doing his job. And I knew him so well. I sat down with him and I said, Mike, I don't know if this job is for you. I'm kind of sensing you're not excited. I'm sensing a number of things, but that's okay. If you don't want to be here, I'm okay with that. I'll help you put together a resume. I'll get you a reference for everything you do really well. He opened up to me. We ended up making some changes, changing his role. I ended up hiring him two more times. He's now gone on to have an extremely successful life and career. P, push them up. What does that mean? Help them achieve their goals. And what do I mean by that? Coach them to succeed. Invest in them, educate them so they can grow in their life and in their career. Of course, that means you got to know what their goals are, right? You got to take the time to ask them. Now, what's the risk? Well, Dave, I don't know, man. If I help them get better, they're going to get better than me. They're going to surpass me. Yeah. But remember, a rising tide lifts all boats, doesn't it? So if you're the one responsible for helping them be rock star, you're a rock star. But also think of it this way. You may be a place in your life because of family, life, kids, spouse, significant other, that you're comfortable. You don't want to move. You don't want to go anywhere. So what are you going to do? Hold your employee down? No. Working for someone in America today is the next Steve Jobs, Bill Gates, Elon Musk, right? The next great leader, CEOs and executives, is 20 years old somewhere in America right now. Think about that. They might be your next employee. So why not help them? Because here's what I found. When you help them, when you guide them, and you become the one responsible for mentoring their career, and you move them along, you're the mama bird kicking them out of the nest. They go fly. Guess what? They remember you. And then 5 years later, when you're in a different position in life, maybe now you have freedom to move, travel. 10 years later, they call you up and they say, "Hey, you changed my life. You believed in me. You helped me. And I want to pay it back. I'm now running my own company, my own department, and I need you, and I want you." They will remember you, ladies and gentlemen. Or they will send people your way so you never have to worry about hiring rock stars again, because rock stars only hire rock stars. Rock stars only recommend rock stars. A's hire A's. A player's the best. B's hire C's. Why? They don't understand this. Rock stars understand it. The best understand it. And those of you that maybe are hesitant to do this, think of it this way. Would you rather invest in your people and have them leave? or not invest in them, not train them, not coach them, and have them stay with you. I'd rather build their value. They don't want to leave when you invest in them. They don't want to if you're taking good care of them. So how could you do this? Weekly trainings, coachings, build their other skills, not just technical skills, emotional intelligence, leadership. Invest in your people in a number of ways. So I want to give you a couple quick examples as we wrap here. Many years ago, there was a yogurt shop in Denver, and which is where I grew up. And it was called Penguin's Yogurt. And you walk in the door and everyone's so friendly and the best staff I've ever seen. And they're all minimum wage employees. They're minimum wage. And people were dying to go work there. And there's a sign on the door, and it basically said something to the effect of, are you positive, fun, outgoing, love people, like to work with hardworking other people just like you? And so what they did is they basically positioned who we are and what we're looking for. And that's the only people that applied. And so people go, that's who I want to work for. I'm an A. I want to work for an A. That's me. You describe me. I want to work there. And even though it was minimum wage job, they were pulling from McDonald's, they were pulling from Burger, they were pulling from everyone, all the other minimum wage jobs. Everyone wanted to work in this yogurt shop. They never had a problem hiring. Or how about this one? This is director in marketing, content marketing, SEM, all this other stuff, looking to hire other employees. Now, number one, because of the way she manages, everyone wants to work for her anyway, and people are recommending and referring. But they had a hiring position open, and HR said, you're probably only going to get 5 or 10 people that respond to your job. So she said, let me write it. This is just the first sentence in the job. Are you creative? Are you a creative powerhouse, capable of quickly creating beautiful visual content and marketing assets? Are you someone who understands the end user experience and business needs? We're looking for you to join our scrappy team of growth-minded creative intellects and performers who thrive on collaboration, mutual respect, positivity, integrity, and a commitment to excellence. They're defining who their market is. And guess what? 100 people applied for this job. When HR said 5, 10, 15, HR was like blown away. Fortune 500 company. Here's another one, another job. Also, 100 people responded. Are you curious, self-motivated, detail-oriented marketer who gets excited about all things digital? If so, look no further. We want you to join our scrappy team, data-driven, growth-minded, creative individuals who thrive on collaboration, mutual respect, etc. Again, it's how we position and what we believe. And what's unique about these two wanted ads is they believe it. They believe in positivity. They believe in treating people well. They believe in team and collaboration. They believe it. It's not lip service. And that's the difference. So what are the key benefits of using this MVP approach? And I just use that as an acronym so you can remember it. Drive performance, increase your morale, decrease turnover, attract new talent, right? By word of mouth. A team is going to follow you in a battle. They work their tails off and they enjoy it. And you have less stress and less frustration. Now I know what you're thinking. Dave, that's really good. That's a good, it's a good reminder. I've heard that before. I hear this all the time. Are you doing it? Have you made the shift? Because what I want to do is motivate you today to make the shift, because it's not what you know, it's what you do with what you know. So I'm going to challenge you starting today to commit to change and start now. Change your mindset about leadership, learn to value your employees, and ladies and gentlemen, push them up. And if I can help you, feel free to reach out to me. My name's Dave Susan. Thank you so much for being on this webinar today.
You hear me now?
Now I can.
There you go. Sorry.
Oh, no worries. Can you hear me okay?
My was unmuted, but it wasn't. But again, thank you for joining us. I was just telling people, since you couldn't hear me, feel free to drop your questions in either Aventi or on YouTube. And while we wait for those to kind of roll in, I kind of had a question about kind of talking about getting people to that next step. What do you do if you have someone that's a little bit hesitant to kind of tell you about what their goals are? You know, sometimes it's like trying to extract a tooth, trying to get them to, because I think sometimes they don't, I don't know if they're afraid or they just don't want to. How do you get them to kind of, you know, share their vision?
That's an awesome question. What I find is people are hesitant when they think you have an ulterior motive, or they don't trust you, they don't believe you, you don't have the rapport, and they just think you're going through the motion. So I think number one comes from a place of interest, a place of genuine caring and curiosity. It's not an interrogation. It's just slowly building that comfort so they trust you. A quick example, um, when I'm on airplanes, I travel, and I'm sure you've done this where you meet someone and you go, "Oh, where are you going? What do you do?" And they go, "Oh, I'm in marketing," right? They probably ask you these questions, right? You hear this, "Oh, I do SEO," and they go, "Oh, okay, I've done SEO before," and then they shut up. They don't say another word because you just rambled on and basically you didn't care. So what I oftentimes will do is to let them know I actually care. I'll go, okay, so what does that mean? You're in SEO, you're in SEM, you're in content, you're in, what does that mean? And they give you another little, I always call it, you know, they're throw out a little pebble to you to see if you're going to grab onto it. And if you don't, they're done talking. But as soon as you go, wait a minute, so what do you actually do with them? And now what they're doing is, oh, he actually cares. And now they tell you, they give you a little more, right? It's like giving you more rope. And then you dig a little bit deeper. You ask another question, showing curiosity and interest genuinely. Not, this is not BS. You can't fake this because people, their BS detector is so in tune. They know when you are just, you know, oh, Dave told me to say this, and they know that. But when you're genuinely curious, they start opening up. And Quinn, I give the example of Quinn. Quinn came in and she had this issue with employees who had been at this company for years. And it took her, they had to know that she genuinely cared about them. And all of a sudden they opened up and Quinn calls me and she goes, you know, my employees are telling me they've never shared like they are now. So great question.
Quick follow up with that. Do you feel like, I guess, sometimes just doing like a one-on-one weekly is too little, or is it you have to have a lot of little touch points to try and build up that trust?
That's a great question. So I always had one-on-ones, but it's also, you know, management by walking around, right? It's the little conversation. It's, hey, so I'll give you an example. One of my clients they did a like a team 50-mile race, and he recently bought a house. And so this is just a client, but I'll give you an example. At the beginning of our coaching call, I go, "Oh, how did your race go?" And it's like, "Oh, that was nice you remember." And have you gotten engaged yet? Because I know he's working on that. And I'm like, I'm not trying to be nosy, but I'm so excited for you because I know. He goes, "Not yet." I go, "Okay, we got to move on, but I'd love to hear more later." But just remembering what he told me a week earlier, 2 weeks earlier, and it's that little genuine excitement about their life. And I really believe that's it. So is it in your one-on-one? Sure. But it is also, you know, I'd say the water cooler because now everything's virtual. But at the beginning or the end of the call, hey, how are your kids? You know, I know you just took your daughter to college, right? How was that? So I was golfing this weekend, and one of the guys we golf with is the CFO of a company, and he just we're going to see him this weekend, and the first question I'm going to ask him, because I care, not because I'm manipulating, is how was your college visit with your daughter? And it's so brief, and that's like, all right, we're going to move on. But it's like, no one else asked me that. God, he remembered me. How's your spouse? How's your wife? Anyway? So it's these little touch points that will make a huge difference.
Awesome answer. Julie had wrote the question: what is your favorite leadership book? Or if you have a couple, I guess, if you don't want to just have people have just one book or one.
Oh my gosh, there's so many, but ones that had a big impact for me. One is a really old one. You're gonna have to dust off the covers, go find it, and it's the 1 Minute Manager. It's a parable. It was written many years ago, and it's a parable of leadership, but it's just some basic, easy, simple concepts that people have forgotten. So I love that. One of the ones that really changed my perspective was I read many years ago, and there's two of them. It was based on, let me give you the names and I'll tell you briefly what they are. One is called First Break All the Rules. The second follow-on is Now Discover Your Strengths. First Break All the Rules was done by the Gallup organization, right? They're the ones that do, typically they do surveys, what are you watching on TV? Who's watching HBO, who's watching, okay, but they also do a survey. The biggest employee survey ever done, of managers and employees. And what they found is the best employees, the employees that are doing the best, are the best suited for the role that they're in, and they like the role that they're in. So basically, I'm going to net it out. What they're doing is they're putting a round peg in a round hole. And what we find is everyone's got a strength. And the worst thing that we do is we take an employee, and since we're talking search, maybe you have someone who's really analytical and they love doing their Google search. I was like from one of the sessions this morning, and they love going in there and they're going to find all the keywords and stuff. And then you ask them to become creative, or you ask them to write copy. And maybe that's not their strength. So what you do is you look at your employees and you say, okay, wait, if I try to take this person who's really good at the research and I'm trying to cross-train them and get them to do something they're not good at, they may fail, right? That's taking a quarterback and saying, become my running back. But we do it in work all the time. I worked for an organization. I was a manager. I had 16 employees. And before I came on board, all 16 employees had 16 jobs. It was crazy. We had people that were doing editing that should not be editing. I had project managers that were doing sales. I had salespeople that were trying to be, copywriters. And I was like, why are we doing this? And so what I did was I reorged and I said, look, if you're an editor, you're really good at editing and you hate this other stuff, become the one editor in the company. I don't need 16 editors. I need one really good one. And if you're a project manager, I took Molly and I go, Molly, you're the best at project management. You're really not that good at selling. So I'm going to put you in a role of project management for our clients. And what we do is we realize that from the first break all the rules. The rules are you treat people differently from each other. And you don't manage all the same. So those are two of them. And then I referenced early in the presentation, Mike Abrashoff. He wrote a book called It's Your Ship. And he's the commander of the USS Benfold, which was the worst performing ship in the history of the Navy. And in 18 months, he turned it around to be the best. So those are probably four of my favorites to start with. There's a whole bunch of others, but those have had a lot of impact on me.
Do you have a newsletter that you share some of these with so people want to join later?
Not yet.
Okay.
Just because I'm busy. I travel and I speak and I coach and train and clients like the people who are on this call. But if you reach out to me, I'll have my email at the end, or I can shoot it to everyone and then reach out, and I can always, one-on-one and give you some ideas.
So I'm not seeing any other questions. So I just kind of have, I think, one more. I really enjoyed your section about the jobs descriptions. It's kind of like a two-part question. Do you feel like most job descriptions are a little too bland? And then how do you kind of add that inspiration to make it so you can have that, HR saying you only get 5 and you get 50?
Right. So I put a note, I don't know if it came through in the question box, and I wrote, define your culture. If you don't define the culture of your team and you don't define the culture of your company, A culture is created automatically. What the best companies do, the best organizations, the best teams, is they say, this is our culture. We have a culture of hard work. We have a culture of creativity. We have a culture of winning. We have a culture of respect. We have a culture. Number one is focused around the people. It's really got to be about the team, and it's got to be about the people. And then what, in those examples I gave for a job description, what you do is you imply your culture through your job description so that you are attracting like-minded people. I'll give you an example. Southwest Airlines, the founder of Southwest Airlines, Herb Kelleher, said, employees first, customers second, shareholders third. And most people go, put the customer first. The problem with that is they treat their employees like doo-doo. And if you treat your employees like doo-doo, and I know retail stores and fast food like this, they go, oh, treat the customer right. But you hear the stories of that they treat the employees like crud. Well, if you're treating me like crud, like Bart, if you were my boss, you're treating me like crud, and you expect me to turn around and treat the customer nice, it's not going to happen. But if you love me, if you value me, and that's the kind of person you hire and you make it known, like Penguins Yogurt. I love that example because it was like, this is who we hire. Starbucks, that's what they do. Like, you know, if you work at Starbucks, you're going to work your tail off. You got to work fast. You have to have good memory. Like, no one else is going to apply. They've defined that culture. And so you define the culture, you attract those same kind of people, and then you value your people always come first. Always, not your customer. Your employees come first, because if you value each other, that's going to naturally roll downhill to everyone else. And I use the example in sports. It's crazy the success that Southwest has had and how many people love the company, but why other companies around the world, around the nation, don't look at that and go, man, I wish I had morale. I wish I had 1,000 people applying to a job like they do at Southwest. But they're not. Why wouldn't they just copy him? It's like, here's all you have to do to succeed. So let's copy those that have success and not reinvent the wheel, but let's not do it by trial and error. You can't learn by instinct and intuition. Most people are not good enough. So copy, do it, follow the path I gave you guys, right? That'll work.
Yeah, it's perfect. And I think this is the last question. Julie asked, how does a job seeker distinguish between the bad culture who implies a good culture in their job description and the good cultures who imply a good culture in their job descriptions?
So how do we distinguish? Oh, well, I'll give you, the best way is, hopefully you're intuitive. I'm just going to tell you this. You have to listen to your instincts. Our instincts are so highly tuned, but the problem is the neocortex, the new part of the brain, squashes it with logic, and we stop listening to our gut instinct. So what you do is you apply anyway, get as many interviews as you can, and in that interview, watch for those little tiny red flags, the little thing that pops up that makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up, and don't squash it down. Listen to it and go, what does my gut instinct tell me? Because if you listen to your instinct more, you will know those are wrong opportunities. I interviewed at a company and my gut said, don't work here. They're messed up. Twice I did this. 3 times. And I'm embarrassed to say it, but I was going for the money. I was going for the opportunity. I was going for the cash. I was going for the stock. I had all the wrong reasons. My gut instinct, I knew was wrong. And I took the jobs anyway, and it was a huge mistake. And so one of the first things I coach people to do right now when you're looking for a new job is listen to your instinct. Unless you're desperate, right? If you need a job, but right now the market is, there should be enough opportunity. Put yourself in a position so you have 5 or 10 opportunities, and then listen to your gut instinct, not just the cash, not the freebies. That's what they lure you in. Oh, we got free this, we got volleyball, we got Fridays, we got none of that matters. What's your gut instinct tell you about the leadership and the people and how they treat you? Because that's going to become more important. All that free stuff after about a month, that's going to get old, and you're just going to, be frustrated. So listen to your instincts and try not to squash it with all your logic and just talk. Oh yeah, but if you start going, yeah, but more money, yeah, but this, yeah, no. As soon as you, that's not instinct. Listen to your gut and just, and then the last one I'll give you a tip on this is, what would you tell your best friend to do?
Good one. We always give better advice to others than ourselves. So
always. So let's just, I call it the WWID. What would I do? And I coach that. I tell
exactly.
people, I go, just what would you tell someone else to do? And then you take that your own action. So
awesome. Well, Dave, you've dropped so many great nuggets in here and added so many more with the questions and answers. We're so happy to have you. Again, we'll make sure we share your email, david@davidsussin.com. Again, we're so thankful for you to come here. Glad you're also seeing other speakers, and we look forward to hopefully having a lot of people put what you're talking about in practice.
Well,
so
thank
great
you
job,
so much.
And thank you so much.
Thank you for having me and inviting me, and to all of you out there, I wish you the absolute best with everything.
Well, thanks again, Dave.
Yep.
Everyone, that's going to be the end of our sessions in Brazos. You can now go to the Page One Power Room to see our final keynote for the day. Again, I hope you've been taking so many notes. I hope you've enjoyed all the presentations. And again, thank you to Page One Power for being our presenting sponsor. You guys have a great day.